Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Friday, August the 20th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. And yes, for the first time in my little history of trading, I held a short overnight. I'm surprised you didn't do the same, William. In fact, the only reason I did it is because you were talking about doing it. But I don't understand what you mean. You didn't think it was trading the way. Anyway, bottom line is I got into this short around 12:30. I watched the way it was trading after hours. I did take some out. I think it was around 11:50. Loved the way it was trading. Didn't have any jogs, so I said, okay, do it. So I only had half my position left, and I did sell some more, cover some more around 10:50 this morning. And hey, we'll see what happens. But that is the first time I've ever held a short overnight. Lots of other stuff. Yeah, SPRT is interesting. SPRT is interesting. It is, trying to see what the news is on that. To see if there's any news on this. It's a big short float, low float, big short float percent, so if it really gets going. Yesterday's high was 880, so it's above that now, and the next high looking left is way over here at 1088. So again, it's just a matter of waiting to see how it opens. Now I'm actually looking for a MUDS collapse. I'm not getting it yet. MUDS, MUDS, MUDS. So this is pretty crazy. If you look at the action it had yesterday, okay? So it soared higher because Tops, who they were going to be buying in this merger, Tops came out with their revenues and looked pretty good. And now all of a sudden that merger is off. Muzz has called it off. I think something to do with Tops not getting an extension of their MLB agreement. And so now this merger is completely called off. And this is what I'm talking about. Termination of the merger agreement. After notification of Major League Baseball and Major League etc., they would not be renewing their respective agreements with Topps Company. Boy, that goes back, I don't know, that could even be a century. But anyway, so there you have it. So I keep waiting for this one to really collapse, but it's still kind of hanging around that 10 mark. What else is happening? GOVX. By the way, guys, you'll notice the new build finally is way better. I'm not going to get that error message. Oh, thank you very much. AJ, you're right. I haven't, just got to switch it over. Thanks for reminding me. There you go. It'll be, you'll start to see it in a few seconds. Sorry about that. SSY. Couldn't see any news on this one. SSY, didn't see any news. It's still a nice gap up. Low float. Yeah, Foot Locker, after the run that Macy's had yesterday, we'll have to see if, as William said, he wasn't as impressed with the results, but as it was with Macy's. But it's a great gap up. I mean, look at it; it's taking out all of this basically. So Foot Locker on the way up here. FL. QFin, a China stock, has earnings also, and so far reaction is good. See the high of the month, it's way up here still, so it's got a ways to go, 22.41. There's the 200-day moving average up here, so it does have a ways to go. This is shortable. My feeling, these probably aren't going to hold, but again, we'll have to see once this market opens. Yeah, GRNQ, going to get to that one. I almost took this one this morning. It popped over $1. Got up to this level here. I thought, okay, read the news, some kind of a satellite deal. And it is a fairly low float, 27 million in the float. It is almost traded the float, up 100%. A ton of resistance, it looks like, right around here, right around that 150 mark. HMC, so the car makers are just getting hammered here. Well, I guess hammered is too strong, but HMC with this chip shortage. So HMC is drifting down. Look at Toyota. Oops, TMs, all right. TM. Toyota has been hit hard the last little while and is another gap down for Toyota. So Honda, HMC, following suit. You're beating me to the punch here, Real. ENDP, next on my list. ENDP, big gap down on... see a specific reason for it. I don't see a specific reason. I'm just trying to, search my news. Woof. I was going to cheer for pet food companies or anything to do with pets. Here we go. WOOF. Little earnings play. WOOF. Mr. Zach, good morning. And Marin, M-R-I-N, kind of a strange one. I believe this is to do with financing, and yet it has popped up. M-R-I-N. Must have released that news after hours. Entered an agreement with a JMP Securities, so they announced that news after hours, I'm assuming. And it's still kind of holding. Low float, 10 million in the float. GovX, it's a virus play. My thoughts on it. I have when you ask me that, I'm not exactly sure ever how to answer. I mean, look, it's always had a nice gap after or pop after hours. It's maintained. It's a virus play. We just have to wait for it to open. Super low float. Could be the crazy one today. It was pretty crazy yesterday. Only issue I had with it is that it got up to 517 and it's sold. I mean, there's a big drop. That's a big percentage drop. But it's moving again. I mean, it did have some news this morning. The company announced it presented its COVID-19 vaccine data at the European Society of Medicine General Assembly. So that is the news this morning. But whether I think it's going to keep going higher or where it's going to drop, I have no idea. It is not shortable for me, though, at Interactive Brokers. Look at this market. Wow. This was at one point, there's another gap down. Look at the last 45 minutes. Coming right back to be positive. Let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Let's see how active the analysts have been. Okay. Not that many upgrades, a few more downgrades than we're used to seeing, so let me get some of them in. See, Woof, JP Morgan has an upgrade after earnings yesterday. I'm sorry, Macy's has an upgrade by JP Morgan after the earnings release yesterday. Stellar. All right, there's some of the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. I think Hexo just resumed. Hexo was halted on the way down, I think, in the pre-market. Hexo just resumed. HEXO. Tiger, TIGR is whooping. I think Tiger is I think it's an earnings play. I'll have to check. TIGR starting to move here. Another China fin. Some downgrades for OTRK. My major worry holding that overnight is in case they came out with some news saying, you know what, yeah, we lost our biggest customer, but we've replaced it with X. No, I don't mean US Steel, but with somebody. All right, so there. Let me take a look at Tiger. I think it's an earnings play. Let me just do a quick check. August 24th pre-market, so I guess it is not, sorry, it's not an earnings play. But it's having a bit of a run here, Tiger, TIGR. Maybe on the heels of QFin. So maybe a bit of a sympathy play. QFin is a China stock, same sector. Released earnings. Yeah, I guess, I mean, that 10 is holding. I just thought maybe, I mean, I looked at Mudd's, just was looking at the low, but you know, it's broken down below 10. The low down here is 983. I mean, you may be right. I mean, the base, and that's what they get released at. But well, my thoughts on GOVX is always you just have to wait for the market to open. I mean, it's a virus play. My initial thoughts were yesterday. I mean, it had a great day, but then it sold off. That's a big sell-off. And then down through the 200-day, but they presented some COVID data, I guess, to some European, what's it called, the European Society of Medicine General Assembly. So that got it moving again after hours, and here it is. So I mean, just have to wait. I mean, I have no idea what it's going to do from here. All I can say, it's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so I don't know if there are widespread shorts available, which if there are not, then you know it's not going to put a lot of downward pressure in that regard. But again, you just have to wait for the market to open. Pre-market high was way up here, 823. Really? That's interesting on the Foot Locker. SPRT, guys. SPRT is on the move. I don't see any specific reason for it, but okay. Let's take a look at the sectors, see what's happening in the sectors right now. Quick peek before the market opens. And there's, look at old energy. Not one stock, again, not one stock above yesterday's close so far. So what do we got? Technology is 70% or up. Communications are probably, I'm sorry, where's communications? There we go. 63% are up. So right now, tech and communications are kind of leading the way. Again, it's early. This is just the pre-market activity in the major sectors. Healthcare 50-50. So right now, again, it's communications and technology, the two top sectors. And as always, shouldn't say as always, but boy, probably, I don't know, 19 of the last 20 times when you look in the pre-market, and all the energy plays are down. Anyway, let's take a look at what's happening with SPRT. It's a crypto play. Okay, thank you. This is a crypto play, as I mean, forgot about that. This is a crypto play. Take a look at GBTC. What is it doing pre-market? I don't know. It's been like that for a long time, Commodore. I mean, every day I look at those sectors and XLE every single day. Let's take a look at it on a chart. I mean, look at this. So I guess I'm exaggerating when I say every single day, but even these days here, looking at the sector status, very few stocks were up from the close. And now I don't know how important the 200-day moving average is for these ETFs. I really don't know. I don't have enough experience with that. But look at that. Here's the 200-day moving average for XLE. It's interesting that, the warrant is a lot further down. Okay, I'm just going to pop for those of you who don't know, we have a nice promo code right now. 25% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. Okay, there it is. Test Drive 25 is the promo code to use. Well, I'm glad I got out of the OTRK. Wow, look at this. Look at the pop now. Now, are they announcing? This is what I was kind of worried about. Not worried, but wondering. So there's a little bit of a pop. Let's just see if they've come out and said, no worries. Yeah, we lost our biggest customer. Oh, there's the topping tail. Now it's coming right back down. I'm out of this anyway, guys, so... Yeah, April, this is not a room in which anybody, including myself, especially myself, I have to be awfully careful, is going to tell you, if you ask me, I'll give you an opinion, but there's no way I'm going to say, yes, you should buy this now because I think this is what it's going to do. No, that's not going to happen. Certainly not with me. And even if you hear that from other people, and it doesn't really happen in this room that often. If it does, I usually you know, scold the person a little bit, okay? Because this is not that sort of a room. So we offer opinions. You'll hear me say things like, you know, guys, I really think, you know, if this gets to this price, I'm going to be pretty interested in the trade, you know, and then it's up to you. I'm not going to say, okay, even if it gets to that price, doesn't mean I actually take it. It will all depend on what sort of pattern it's coming from. I mean, the next high looking left for the SPRT is right up here, 1087. Yeah, hood is definitely a nice bounce. That looked in jeopardy of taking out 40 yesterday. Well, Grumpy, if you don't like it, you can always go to another free room. If you don't like the way we explain things here, it's a free world. Yeah, this GRNQ. Let's take a look at where it could go if it continues. Again, so this is what I was saying earlier, though. I mean, there looks like there's a ton of resistance right around that 150 mark. What did it get to? It got up to 148, and that's basically where this area is, okay? Now, if it can somehow pop through here, you know, then it's got a shot maybe to get to the 2 level. I'm fine, Dova. I'm fine. How are you? So some of these China stocks are having a bit of a bounce here. Here's TME. And I'm hearing ICPT. I think Rio mentioned that one. ICPT is not an earnings play. It's on the way down. ICPT. All-time low. One of these, another one with an all-time low. ICPT. We've seen a lot of those in the last 2 weeks. Stocks making all-time lows. Yeah, but I actually don't appreciate what you said about its silliness, how we explain things. If you don't like it, and I don't know if you're the original Grumpy or not, but hey, listen, if you don't like it, you don't have to stay. DATS, guys, DATS was had a little pop after hours, 558. I would be keeping an eye on this one. How well can it hold 5 very well. All right, guys, the market's going to open in about 30 seconds. Let's have a great end to this trading week and the test drive. Okay, guys, let's see now. We got 3, 2, 1, blast off. We are now open. And typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes, kind of let things settle down a little bit. William, we were watching that FLGC yesterday for a long time. Starting to pop a little bit here. There's that, well, the VWAP, look how the VWAP, now it's above the VWAP, 929. I know we were waiting for that yesterday. Yeah, no, neither do I. As you know, I don't either. Just like to see things settle down just a little bit. Oh, look at that. ENDP just kept moving down here. Oh no, I'm out of the OTRK. Shoot. Look at this. Look at this. I'm out of it though. I've covered everything. Wow, look at this. I was pretty happy when it did that, but not so happy now to be out of it, but oh well. All right, what is the market doing? So we have right now, so Dallas just down a little bit, SPY's just up a little bit, Tech's up a little bit, so I don't know what you're referring to. Are you looking at mine, Siri? Wow, QFIN kept going, guys. You know, and that's the thing. I mean, you know, I don't take these early trades, and I run the risk of something just you know, moving and moving and moving, and I'm prepared for that. That's all. Hexo on the way down here. Hexo. So did they announce a financing? Yeah, 140 million. Wow, 140 million dollar public offering for Hexo. Almost an all-time low. All right, guys. So the big area for GRNQ is that 150 mark, right? You remember all this resistance, or looks like resistance. Whoops. GRNQ. All this resistance right around here. You know, right around that 150 mark. So even if it gets through, though, I mean, there's probably some more resistance around 2, even if it got through that 150. I mean, it's already up 108%. You're right. Oh my goodness, FLGC is halted. Wow. See, William, we should have taken that. And it's halted. Oh, it's an earnings play. You know what? Crazy me. I did not know it was an earnings play. August 19th after hours. So it released earnings after hours. Muted reaction, really. I mean, it was a bit of a pop, but not huge. But delayed reaction now to earnings. Meanwhile, TSP from yesterday, this was an AI alert from yesterday. Yeah, let's see, it's starting to move a little bit. The high yesterday was 38.48. SSY, guys, I didn't see any specific news on it. It's a super low float, 4.5 million in the float. I did not see any specific news on it. See if I can see anything. Do we have anything? I don't see any news on SSY. Healthcare stock, I guess. It is the high in the pre-market was up here around 340. Oh man. This is hard for me to hear. OTRK is in jeopardy of taking out 10, all-time low, of course. Thanks, Jay. I appreciate that. And, of course, lots of help in the room. I just didn't have the resolve on this one. OTRK now underneath 10. All right, okay. SSY is an Amex ticker as I'm being nagged at by Ija. I'm just pulling his leg a bit. Meaning it can just kind of do its thing without any news whatsoever, but a very low float. And we have a resumption now for FLGC. Wow. So it's above yesterday's high now. So the next high looking left, 1223. But it's early. Okay, this JRNQ, it's just looking like it's that 150 is just too going to be at this rate anyway. Too hard for it to get through. JRNQ. Ah, good grief! Look at OTRK really giving up 10 now. All right, this one imploded yesterday. INPL. It got all the way up here, 2384, closed way down here, 13. Probably, yeah, crazy low float, 2.6 million in the float. So getting a little bit of activity, but there's no volume. 51,000 shares, no volume yet. Sorry, it just popped up on the scan, so. Yeah, so far GovX not doing anything other than drifting down. LC on the way up a little bit here. Looks like there's, let's see, what are we at, 28.33? Looks like there's, a lot of resistance right around 29, so it's got a little bit of room to get to 29, but LC has a lot of room. Wolf is pretty good still. I mean, it's an earnings play. WOOF. The high over here is 21.28, so it's approaching that high. If it can somehow get rid of that, so it's got a lot of resistance probably between here and about that 21.78 mark. This was an IPO back here, all the way up to 31. Well, it might have had what you think. It was a great earnings result, but market doesn't think that way. Maybe they guided poorly. I don't know. I didn't read the. Maybe they guided poorly. I have no idea. You have to. The revenues and earnings may have been up, but maybe they guided poorly, or maybe the estimates were to be higher. I don't know. Maybe keep an eye on this one. Another China stock trying to bounce a little. There's no volume. Sorry, there's just no volume. Yeah, look at the volume cut that just came in. There's not that much action in the pre-market for Macy's, but look at the volume that is coming in. It's a big float, 308 million. But it's a second day continuation so far. The next high looking left, 22.30, so it's above that high in the monthly chart. So, I mean, if it can maintain this, I mean, the next high in the monthly chart is, well, that's actually 22.85. So there could be, I don't know, it could be some pretty major resistance right around between here and 23 for Macy's, M. BTBT on Bitcoin, BTBT. This has been kind of miserable. So this is actually an earnings play, August 23rd pre-market. I guess it's an earnings play. I don't see anything in the headline though. I'm sorry, this is next week. Forget it. This is next week. But it is a Bitcoin play, and as you know, this is probably the lowest float of any of the Bitcoin plays, with 15 million in the float. So it'll be the wildest. Yeah, so some of these China stocks are starting to come back. Look at the volume that came into Diddy, DIDI. All right, we're approaching that 15. And again, nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. That is by design. Like to see things settle down just a little bit. Open had an interesting day yesterday. Oh, you can mention it. That's okay. We're still in the test drive. This is the last day. Open. I mean, yesterday's high was 1510. So it's a little bit above that high. Next high looking left is 1568. It had a big comeback day yesterday. I mean, it got all the way down to 1378 and it closed way up here at 15. Well, for me, it's so close to that whole number. Now, it did get up to 231 in after hours yesterday, but is this I don't know, do they have any news? Shares are at the company announced it was awarded a $13.1 million grant, so it was awarded. So that is some news, for it this morning. It's not a low float, 56 million in the float. But I always hesitate when something is very close to a whole number. But again, that's just me. Look at the market though. Market, big surge. Big surge. This was, remember, a gap down at the beginning. And look at this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, an hour and a half. Wow, IMPL just surging here, guys. I'd probably be a little more interested in the Under Armour, just in case things like Foot Locker, as long as Foot Locker keeps moving, you know, the retailers. What does Foot Locker do? Okay, well, Foot Locker now is dropping, so I'm sorry, that's Ford. Sorry. So we just got a little. There we go. I was too quick on the enter. So Foot Locker, you know, it is at top so far, but you know, if it can keep moving higher, you know, that could drag something like an Under Armour. Yeah, that I have no idea, Fender. I have no experience with the EMA 12 or 26, whether it's close to the I mean, doesn't appear that it would be, but I don't know what sort of results you'll get. I mean, those are pretty big differences. All right, guys. Tiger next high looking left is 1498.15. So if these China fins or China in general keep moving, I'd be watching this one. See how, you know, base is just a little bit here, and then continues to move. It does have some room. Tiger has TIGR has some room. The next high looking left is 15, so it has some room. Nothing from the option scanner yet. Boy, look at this market. What a surge. All right, now what I'm going to do for the Tiger is I'm going to stick an alert around 1409. I'm going to set a price alert for about 1409, see if it recovers over 14. It's had a little pullback. MRIN, guys, MRIN was big in the after hours. To me, it looks like a bit of a financing starting to tumble here. All right, guys, I'm just kind of looking to see. Here we go. So there's Tiger back up. Okay. They're going to hold 14 this time. Hard to have a lot of confidence in these China stocks, but to see how well it holds this 14 mark. All right, guys. Well, it's holding pretty well. Let's see what sort of oomph it has here. I'm talking about the Tiger TIGR. HEXO, I'm hearing probably on the way down, right? HEXO on the way down. I guess they did a huge financing. Come on, Tiger, do something from here. We have a halt now. Okay, now guys, GRNQ just halted on the way up. It's approaching that. Let's see what the bid ask is going to look like. But it's approaching that big resistance area, GRNQ, at 150. It got halted at 145. Okay, I cannot get any. Okay, I see. Well, I don't see any big pop yet. It says 145, 146. I'm looking at time and sales. Okay, guys, took a little loss on the Tiger. Okay, took a little loss on the Tiger TIGR. Say, I don't have a lot of faith in these China stocks, but I thought, okay, holding 14, not badly. May look at it again, but right now I'm probably my bias is to short these things. Yeah, it's hard to get a handle on what's going to happen when this opens. GRNQ, it's halted at 145. What I'm seeing right now is 145, 146. But this is a big, big area for it to try to get through. This 150 to 160 mark right there. Look at that weekly chart. Now, you know, the news that came out today, I mean, this is up 121%. Relatively, it's a low float, 27 million, but it's not insanely low. Oh man, guys, that's why you always have to have a stop, an idea of where you're going to get out of a trade if it's not working for you. I didn't talk about this one at all. This is a PROG. They did a financing. I think they did a financing. Yeah. So look at this gap down, 54% financing. All right, now Diddy, are you going to keep going or are you going to be doing one of those reversals now? DIDI, the high of yesterday was 770, so it's a little bit above that high. 835, I think 8 probably could easily stall it, but we've got some, if it doesn't, 835 or so. So, wow, look at this market. Look at this market. It just looked kind of bleak this morning again, you know. I mean, this was a gap down, the SPY. But look at this. What a rally here. Down goes the hood, guys. HOOD. HOOD. So what was yesterday's low? Yesterday's low was 44.14. So it's approaching yesterday's low, guys. It takes that out. I don't know. I mean, this has got room all the way down to the 35 level. Hood had earnings yesterday. I do see Tigers right back up, but all right, GRNQ. Well, it's moving now, guys. It's above that resistance area. Barely above the resistance area, GRNQ, looking at that weekly chart. The high over here is 154. The high right there is 154. The high right there is 174. So it might be a bit of a struggle to get through. Now it's starting to drop, and I think it is going to get halted on the way down. This looks like it's getting halted on the way down. Yep. So, you know, it halted on the way up, and now it's halted on the way down. That resistance was too tough, so far anyway. All right, the Full Truck Alliance. I don't know if I've really seen this one before. Israel is talking about this one as a potential short coming up. And the next high looking left is right up here around 1270. Let's see if there's any news on that one. I don't see any specific news. But again, it's just a China stock, so the China stocks are moving. Look at the Tigers right back up. That's too bad it knocked me out. Well, PJ's up here. Diddy's up. DIDI is still moving higher. I mean, I'd be really surprised if it takes out 8 with any authority, but if it does, I mean, I mean, right here, again, the next high looking left is 835. So for nothing is shaking from the AI today. You like that one, PJ? Had to do it. Well, listen, it might take out 8. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if it takes out 8, I mean, it's got a shot, I guess, to get to this 820 level. I'd just be surprised if it blasts through 8 like nothing. I mean, it's pretty extended right now. Look at the 15-minute chart. All right, so much for DATS, D-A-T-S. Could not get through 5 with any authority. All right, this is another China stock, RE. The volume is still kind of low. All right, let's take a look at FLGC. FLGC, because it got halted and pulled back to 10, back up to 11 or so. It is an earnings play. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Yeah, I mean, you would think there are going to be some bounce by stocks that have been maybe beaten up for, well, no big reason, unless it was an earnings play or some news. But we're moving down yesterday and at the beginning of today. But look at this. I mean, this is a great run on the market. Well, I can answer the question for myself. There are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for GRNQ, so I can answer that question myself. Look at Hood, guys. Hood is really giving it up now. HOOD. It was up to 45.71. It's dropped a couple of dollars below yesterday's low now, HOOD. All right, SBS. What are you doing? Big float. Brazilian stock, SBS, on the move here. Brazilian stock. Big float, probably coming into resistance right around this 7 level. I'd be watching this Diddy, guys, DIDI. The longer it takes to get through 8. This is a China stock. Yeah, the China stocks have rallied, but I'm just somewhat skeptical. Nothing shaking from the AI so far. I've been watching UA, see if it maybe could move somewhat, but really it's not. And the other one, the marker, again, I didn't like it because it was too close to that whole number of 2. Dada, not Didi, but Dada. Oh yeah, look at this one. Is this another China stock? Next high looking left is 2093, so it's got about 70 cents to get there. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but well, you know what? I mean, the trend for these China stocks right now, obviously very positive. So until we get, I'm looking at Tiger even. I mean, Tiger has been kind of chopping around that 14 level, TIGR. A massive float for SBS. All right, XTLB just got halted. XTLB just got halted. Israeli stock. Looking left, last month it hit almost $7. So it just got halted. And the projection, there's hard to know. It got halted at 486. I'm seeing 486 on the bid ask, so there's no. Look at the SPY, guys. This is, what a move. Little tiny red candle right there. But look at the SPY move here. Now this is a really low float. 3.4 million in the float. Be interesting to see where this opens at. And this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so I couldn't do anything about that anyway, in terms of trying to short it. Whoa, this DD, guys, DIDI, it just looks, the longer it cannot get through 8, but just watching some of the other China stocks, I mean, they're still strong. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stick an alert over 8 for DIDI, see if it actually takes that out, and stick an alert down here around 785. So I've sort of bracketed my alerts to see what happens. You can see it's holding the 8 EMA in the 2-minute chart. It has not dropped down below that, and certainly, of course, on the 5-minute chart, the same. No, your price alert window follows you. Okay? So you don't have to worry about that, if that's what you mean. So it doesn't matter what layout you load, your price alert, yeah, okay, yeah. So your price alerts window is, it's kind of like a separate thing that you load, right? Price alerts window from here. So yeah, you don't have to worry about that. So not a lot of activity in the basic new highs and basic new lows. Not a lot of activity so far this morning. So if you want to get rid of a price alert, let me bring up my price alerts window. So notice I've got my price. So well, if I want to get rid of all the ones that are triggered, I can just do this. Okay, just highlight them all, right click, delete. Okay, that gets, so that's sort of en masse. That's the simplest way to do it. Now, if there was one down here you didn't want anymore, you just, delete it. Okay, makes sense? And XTLB just opened. How did it open? Yeah, nothing fantastic yet. XTLB. Boy, this has got some room. Look at the float, 3.4 million in the float. All right, got to watch this one now. See if it takes out 5 again. I mean, because it does have some room over here, up to 6. Let's see if it takes out 5 again. Ah, look at TIGR. Oh, well. So that's why, I mean, shorting these China stocks right now, including the DIDI probably, and the... Well, this is starting to drift down a little bit. Just keep an eye on this XTLB if it takes out 5 again. Low, low float. All right, let's stick an alert up here around $5 or so for XTLB. And see if it takes it out. Well, guys, I mean, you know, I did get stopped out for about a 5-cent loss on the Tiger. I mean, I had to obey my rules. I did not. But, not unfortunately, but if you got in this one, very interesting. This XTLB, if it can just break through 5 again, just because of the float, you could do a crazy thing, but well, let's take a look here, see if it pulls back. Well, right now, I mean, I was looking for tops for Diddy. I actually took Tiger, and somebody's asked me what am I trying to do with China. Right now, China is just strong, but Diddy is starting to weaken. But China, you know, a lot of these China stocks are just strong. You know, each stock has to be looked at individually. Just keep an eye if this XTLB just crashes through 5. What is that float again on this XTLB? It's very low, 3.4 million in the float. So again, guys, if it takes out 5, I'm not telling anybody to take the trade, okay? But you can just kind of see if it takes out 5, the next high looking left is way up here at 671. And just because of that float, anything could happen. It's such a game at these you know, the spread's tightened 490, 492. Just need some enthusiastic buyers coming in. So they say it was a recent IPO, DATS, yeah. All right, guys. Well, I've got my price alert set up here, so if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. So just going to keep an eye on the XTLB, see if it takes out that 5. All right, well, interesting day so far. Look at the way this market has just surged and surged and surged. So if you are new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. And we have a big promo going on right now. So I'm going to pop this into the room here. Give me a moment here as I pop this into our YouTube room. All right, so if you click on my link, and this that link is available all day long from my homepage tab. Okay, my homepage tab. There's the link right there. If you click on my link, this is what you'll see. So 25% off the first month only or the entire year using this promo code TESTDRIVE25. Let's take a look at how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans. We have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. All right. So if you took out an annual premium subscription, this is how much it would cost. Just get that promo code in here, right here. TEST, all in capital letters. Okay, so it would be 1701, all right, with that 25% promo code. Now, you do not have, and this is the standard, would be 25% off the standard. The big difference right now, there are some other differences, but the main difference is the AI. Looking right now, not having a great day as we speak. Can turn around, of course. Now, you don't have, this is what I would recommend. If you're unsure about our product, certainly don't start off with an annual subscription. You can always start off with a standard subscription, $118 less the 25% for the first month only. Or the premium, $228 less the 25% for the first month only, all right? Now, if you maintain a standard or a monthly subscription, this is what you would pay going forward. However, if you want to try us out, you know, on a standard, $118 less the 25%, if within 30 days, so today is the 20th, let's just say by September 17th, 18th, you say, you know what, I really do like the program. I want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual. You can do so, and we'll honor the 25% promo code. All right, so it gives you an opportunity. Try us out, and within a month, you want to upgrade, you can do so with the 25%. Give me a moment here. All right, so on my homepage, and I'm always say this, save my link. Lots of information on my homepage, not just a subscription link, of course. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at around noon Eastern, and all the education is here. So these 3 sections are all free. Let's just take a look at the education section. If you're new, you know, the 20 lessons, it runs you through all the basic features. What is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, etc. All the way down to the AI, which we nickname Holly, Brokerage Plus. Okay, so all the basic features are explained there. Daily support session. So one of the other traders will take over in our YouTube room at around noon. That's when I take a break. Today is Friday, so I believe it will be Andy. So you can always head over there. I'll pop the YouTube link in before I take my break. Daily webinars. We're back to our normal schedule next week, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Educational videos, more educational videos. So if you watch, click on that. This is a great one, starting trade ideas from scratch. And we have some other themed videos that you can take a look at. If you're brand new to trading or really new, great little 36-part video series. It starts off with what is a stock, okay? So again, it's all free. And some trading ebooks that we created. So again, these 3 sections, trade of the week, stock of the day, and education, all free. Now obviously you have to be a subscriber if you want my layout or my scans. This is a sample layout that I've prepared for you, so you can have that if you want, and individual scans that I have prepared that you can take a look at. Okay, so lots of information on my home page, especially these 2 sections. So save the link, then you can take a look at this anytime you want. Just give me a moment here as I resize. Not after the first month. Do it before the first month's over. Okay, I mean, you should know probably within 3 weeks, I would say. So if you take out a subscription today on the 20th, you should probably know by the 17th or 18th next month if it's something you want to do. So just let us know and they'll upgrade your account. Yeah, look at Tiger Guide. Now, what did he do? Did it do it? Yeah, shoot. Well, kind of did what I thought it might do, stall at 8 and drift down, but I'm tied up and doing other things. But look at Tiger. I mean, all over the place. So these China stocks are, I still think that they're eminently shortable today. I'm sure the data probably moved down. Yeah. So, my bias is to short these China stocks. After the flurry of a run up. So the big difference is there are some differences. First of all, if you can use the application, the downloadable application, that's the way to go, all right? The web-based version is usually only for people who have Macs, or if you're, on a tablet or something like that. You don't get Brokerage Plus, the web-based version. You have only 5 charts available, web-based version. Those are probably the 2 major differences, okay? Now, Brokerage Plus, to me, it's not the be-all and the end-all in terms of using it with an IB or E-Trade account. But if you're new to trading, it's invaluable to practice trading using our simulator, Paper Trader. So that's why if you're new to trading, we've got a great simulator. But let me start off my spiel. No, you cannot have the web-based version and the app running at the same time. No. You can have Trade Ideas on as many devices as you want, but you can only have it open one device at a time. All right, SPRT on the move here, guys. So what's the high? All right, so what is Trade Ideas? So we are a scanner. If you're new to this, we are a scanner. If you're wondering what you're seeing, we're a scanner. We scan the U.S. stock markets. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. This is an example of a scanner. Basic new highs and lows. Not too much activity today. A lot more yesterday. But this is what it looks like. Well, not really. I mean, you can use the web, you can use the browser, okay? But I mean, I don't really know what it would look like on a phone. Probably not that great. But I mean, we have the web, so you can use your browser on the phone to access our program, but I really don't know what it would look like. So this is what that scan is looking for. You know, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is at least 6, meaning it's trading at least 6 times normal up to this point of the day. 400,000 shares, etc. Okay, it doesn't really matter what these values are, but this is the concept. You always start off with filters. You don't want to just put in, well, I just want to see stocks making new highs or new lows for the day. You would be inundated with alerts. So if a stock meets these filter requirements and it makes either a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why I see these stocks. Okay? Now, the really, really good thing is you do not have to learn a programming language. If you want to create your own scans, you don't have to learn a programming language. We have a lot of alerts and many filters that we have created that we feel for the vast majority of our subscribers, you can combine them to create the type of scan you're looking for. But again, if you're new and you can use Trade Ideas forever without having to build a scan of your own. I'm sharing my scans. You know, I showed you in my on my homepage. I have a lot of scans, including a layout that I'm sharing. Okay. You can also go to our toolbar and click on New and click on Dock Channel Bar. And here are a lot of themed. These are all themed channels. And I'll click on the Momentum channel. And you know, here's a Momentum scan. So you wanted that one. You can always modify it if you wanted to. Right click and configure. So if you looked at this and you said, well, you know what, I don't like that price range. I want it to be between 10 and 50. You know, you just change it. Really simple. You say okay. If I click on the summary, you see how it is changed. Yeah, I'm not going to do it, but that's how that would work. And then you can always save it to the cloud. All right, so the whole idea of going through the different channels is to take a look at different scans and seeing things that you might want to have as part of your layout. Again, you didn't have to know how this was created in the first place. You know, it's a good idea to see what it's looking for. You know, right? It's always the context is always this: if you right click on any window, configure, and then summary, and it's going to tell you what it's looking at. Well, new high is new high of the day. Okay, new high of the day. That's what this filter is looking at. New high of the day. See, new high. Now, if you wanted this one as an example, if you thought, okay, yeah, I'm going through the different channels and you like this one, all you have to do is right click. And I'm going to encourage people to use the latest beta. If you don't, okay, first of all, if when you click on new and you don't see dock channel bar or dock window, please download the latest beta. I mean, the real reason for it is so that you can click on the dock channel bar and then you can kind of look at the different channels without having to worry that your layout will be replaced. You know, in previous versions of Trade Ideas, that's what would happen. Now you can go through the different channels and, you know, your layout will remain. So if you like this, all you have to do is right click, duplicate into free floating window, and it popped into one of my other monitors. And here it is. And then you right click and save or share to cloud and save it. I'm not going to do it. I've saved it many times. So that would be the concept then. You know, you didn't have to know how this was built in the first place, but you kind of like the idea. Maybe you made a modification or two, but you don't have to. And so you can go through the different channels, extract windows that you like. Once you've done that, you can bring them back, file, load from cloud. Because I didn't, if I had saved that, you would see it right at the top. And I'm just going to click, there it is. And I just load it. So I'm just trying to get you guys to understand the concept that you don't have to know how to create a scan at all if you don't want to. You can go through you can take a look at my scans. You can take a look at all the scans that were created in the channel bar. Okay? And then if you brought back several windows and you say, yeah, that looks like a scan I want, maybe added some charts, etc., then you just file, save or share to cloud, click on Entire and give it a name and save it. You could also save it to your computer. You know, that's saving it into the cloud. You can save the layout, give it a name. I would not call it default layout. I would give it another name. Okay, so now you can save it to the... So I don't know if you've taken a look at this video, Brenislav. I don't know if you've taken a look at this video. This explains how you can dock. So my momentum scanner setting, were you talking about the one that I was demonstrating on the screen or the one that's on my home page? Yeah, there's no real, a brief explanation. I mean, right now, from my homepage, okay, so let me just help Branislav in the YouTube room, okay, first. So when you go, this is, again, you should take a look at the 20 lessons because this explains cloud links and all that. But, okay, I've clicked on my homepage, here it is. I go to my scans, click here. If I wanted my momentum up, any one of these, okay? If I wanted any one of these, then I just click on the link and it'll show up in a new tab, my browser, okay? All I do is then I highlight it. See how I've highlighted it? I copy it, Control C, it is now copied. And then from the toolbar, click on File, Load from Cloud, and there it is, okay? It is right there. You can just prove it to you right there. See how it ends in AE71? There it is, AE71, and then load. And just load it on another monitor. So there it is. So that's how you can load any one of my scans that I'm sharing, or again, as I was demonstrating from the channels, how you load, save into the cloud, and then load it back. And that's how you can. So that's how you can have any one of my scans. You can't do that, Alex, no. Well, did you watch the video? You got to watch that video, okay, by creating a dock. I can go over that a little bit later, but it is the main reason for docking, for using our docked channel, or the dock version, is for the channel bar. Yes, you can create your own docked windows like I've got here, okay? It's a little bit, I don't want to say complex, but if you haven't watched the video, please, okay, well, you watch the video and it doesn't explain. You know, you have to start off with new and then a docked window. Click on docked window, give it a name. I'm going to call it test. Okay, I'm going to call it test. Now you can put whatever you want in here. I was hoping that video would explain it. I'll do one just to show you, but okay, so here it is. I call it test. So if I want to put this in here, if I want to put this Momo in here, I right click and I duplicate into test, and then it shows up. Okay, now I'll get a couple more. See now, when you move it around, you know, it can get a little bit, you got it, it's a little tricky sometimes. So if you grab it, you can move it around, but let me just, let me bring back, show you one more, how you would dock another window in. The action is heating up. Whoops. Okay, so here's the action is heating up. So if I wanted to put this one in, again, it's the same thing. It's the same, you just repeat, right click, duplicate into test. That's why you give it a name, you know where to duplicate it. So now they're both here as tabs. Now, if you want, of course, you can take, now here's where it gets, you know, a little bit tricky. When you start moving it around, this icon appears. And so now you have a right arrow, left arrow, upper arrow, a bottom arrow. You pick where you want it. So I picked the right arrow, so now it's beside it. If I wanted it below this scan here, I would do it that way. If I wanted Momo, for whatever reason, beside this one now, you know, so the more, you know, tabs, the more windows you put in here, you can adjust them just the way I was doing it. Again, a little bit advanced. So, you asked, Nabil, you asked the best way to use the stock screener or the strength alerts. Well, there's no best way, I guess, but I mean, let me just show you what I'm talking about. So, if you're a subscriber and you click on the toolbar and you click on new and then again dock channel bar and the strength alerts. So this is free if you're a subscriber to Trade Ideas, okay? Be it a standard or premium subscription. This is a very entry level to Trade Ideas. So if you don't have a subscription, for $17 a month, I'll pop that link in, you can get our strength alerts, which is, there are 5 new ones that you'll get every Monday morning. It's just kind of very, very entry level. So nothing more that I can really add other than this. I mean, you know, here's what it says. So you've got to, you know, they're saying, okay, for this one, here's an entry at 50.75. Here's a stop. If you want to trade it just like this, hold it for the week. You know, I mean, it's up to you. I mean, I can't tell you this is exactly what you're supposed to do. These are suggestions. Sometimes they won't trigger. I have no idea if any of them triggered. I'm sure some of them triggered. But I mean, it's sort of laid out this way. I can tell, obviously, this one triggered. Okay? So when you're asking me what's the best way, I mean, here's a guide. I don't think this one even triggered, you know. They're saying that the entry is at 16. So if during the week it never hits 16, then in theory you don't take the trade. But if you did take the trade, you know, that is your suggested stop. Hold it for the week. See how it goes. Next week you'll have five new ones. Okay? Okay, Nabil, does that make sense to you? All right, so let me all right, so if you have our premium service, I'm looking at the AI not having a great day yet today, but you know, things can turn around. You never know. It's a watch list, guys. I would never get so hung up. People get so hung up on, well, I got to take the trade right at the time of the alert and the price and all that. No, I mean, you can watch this. Look at UA as an example, okay? I mean, this could turn around if this gets back up to 1947. You know, another suggested entry that you could try. My way of looking at it, you use it like a watch list. You don't have to get so hung up on having to get in right at the entry price, right at the time. You know, I always click on an alert, want to see how it's trading. You know, is there some resistance nearby? And I do not believe in auto trading. So, I mean, I think that's the only reason why people get so hung up on it, because they want to auto trade it. Sorry. I'm afraid to look at Diddy. Yeah. Well, again, if I could pay a little more attention, I mean, this was a primo short. I mean, it could not take out 8, and then I was just drifting down. Anyway, so if you have the AI, though, and you want to follow, this is what I would do. I would click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is the window. I mean, I've docked it with these other two, but this is the window that will show up. And, you know, you can incorporate it as part of your layout, and then just wait for the alerts to happen. Nothing will happen until at least 9:35. See, there was one at 9:35, but you just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay, so if you incorporate it as part of your layout, say Monday morning, and you load trade ideas before the market opens, this will be blank, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. There's no video on how you should trade the AI. How you trade it will be up to you. Now we'll talk a little bit about this window we see here called Brokerage Plus. This is only available if you are using our downloadable application. If you're using the web-based version, this is not available. So I'm going to put a link to 2 videos. Okay, so I put the link to this Brokerage Plus. So there are 2 videos. The first video, if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? The only 2 that work. Don't ask about any other, okay? Don't ask, well, will it work with this one? Will it work? Are you planning? I have no idea, okay? Right now, it's E-Trade and Interactive Brokers. The second video goes into a lot more detail of all the different features that you can use Brokerage Plus, including in our simulator. Our simulator, our paper trader, whatever you want to call it, uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. And as always, we strongly encourage people to practice trading before they commit money to the market. It's very simple. You just click on an alert, and the symbol shows up. There, and now it's back. See, there's a bit of a bug. Now I can see I can select how much I want. I'll obviously just type in how many shares I want. Just give me a moment. I'll be right back. So Nami, if you go to my home page, can you find my home page tab? Makes it easier for me. Can you see my home page tab here? Okay, so you click on that. When you do click on that, this is, just a minute. No, okay, well, yeah, this is what you'll see. Okay, this is what you'll see. So if you go to the scan section and you click here, and it's not exactly the layout because this is a dock layout. Not everybody has the dock, so, but it's a reasonable facsimile, okay? So there's my layout, and plus individual scans. Now remember, if you have a layout already up and running, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud, okay? You can only have one layout if you're not using the dock version of Trade Ideas. Okay? All right, so let us take a trade just to show you how this works. Do a couple of things here. Let's take a look at SPRT, but a lot of people don't want to, they wouldn't necessarily want to take it right now, but maybe they want to take it on a pullback to say 935. All right, so let's pick how many shares we're going to do. I'm going to put 935 in both these boxes. I'm going to click the big buy button, and this will appear right on the chart. So again, you want to practice pullback. So if SPRT goes back down to 935, it'll take the trade, as an example. What I want to do though is I want to take a trade. All right, now would I do this? Not necessarily, but I just want to show you the mechanics of, well, the spread is not great. Okay, let's say I wanted to take this GOVX trade, okay? Again, this is just for demonstration purposes, okay? I don't know, Clotaire. I've done that since day one, and that's the way it seems to work, okay? If I don't, it doesn't seem to work, so. I'm going to take 500 shares of the GOVX right at the market. Now, the spread's only a penny or 2 pennies, so it took the trade right here, right? 639. Okay, here's your concept, guys. If you're new to trading, not every trade is going to work. So I'm going to put a stop at 619 to make this math easy. Notice on the chart now. Notice on the chart it says minus 101. Okay, it's approximately $100. So what I've done is, when you get into trading, here's unfortunately not every trade is going to work. So you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade when it's not working. That's the way I trade anyway. Now, how you're going to establish what that price is, that's where practice comes into play. How I do it, I like to visualize on a chart where I think I see some support. And if the price broke down below that support level, I want to be out of the trade. It's that simple. Other ways of, stops, you can look at moving averages and things like that, but that's what I do. So in this particular case, what I said was, okay, I got in at 639. I put the stop 20 cents away, not because I put 20-cent stops all the time. I just wanted to make this math easy, because if you sort of get sold on the idea that you're going to have a stop, then that stop also will dictate how much you're going to risk on the trade, because that's the other aspect. I mean, if you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I always risk $100 a trade. And so if it works against me, that's the most I want to lose on the trade, $100. So why did I take 500 shares? Well, if I take 639 and 619, the difference is 20 cents. If I'm risking $100 a trade, I would divide 20 cents into $100. Presto, you get $500. Okay? So that is kind of, those are the two big concepts, placing a stop, and then where of course you always know where you get in, you know where your stop is before you get into a trade, and that'll share size you. You should, don't go into trading, in my opinion anyway, saying, well, I'm just going to take 100 shares every trade or 200 shares every trade. In my opinion, you'll be varying your share size because it'll be based on the your stop difference. What is the difference between the entry and the stop price, and then dividing that into how much you're willing to risk on the trade. And that's the other thing, though. You shouldn't be risking 100 one trade, 300 the next trade, $50 the next trade. Try to keep it around the same amount. Do not get into revenge trading. You risk 100 the first trade, you lose. Therefore, well, I better risk 200 the next trade so I can make that back, plus make $100. You lose that one, now you're down 300. So, well, I better risk 400 the next trade, on and on and on. The other concept is try to obey your stop. A lot of times when you get into trading, you think, okay, I get the idea of pricing a stop, and you get all excited about a trade, and then it's not working. It's starting to approach your stop. So instead of obeying your stop, you start moving it down. Okay? And now, if I let it sit right here, and it hits that price, I'd be down $321. Bad enough, but sometimes you still won't obey your stop, and you keep moving it down. Now you're down $500, and then you finally sell, and you say, why the heck didn't I obey my stop? So, try to obey your stop. It's hard. It's very hard. It's probably one of the most difficult things to admit you're wrong. Okay, but you can be wrong, and wrong is maybe too strong a word. Your setup's going to be pretty good. Now, if every single trade that you take works against you, then you better sort of re-examine, the alerts that you're getting, obviously. Okay, but maybe you were just a little bit early into the trade. Sometimes it can come right back to where you got in the first time and can start working. So it's a lot of aspects here of trading. It's not easy. How long is that going to take you? I have no idea. I will say this: if you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trying to make money when you start trading a live account. Because when you start trading a live account in the simulator, yeah, it's play money. I would encourage you to treat it like it's real money, but human nature being what it is, didn't work, get out of the trade, move on. When it's your money on the line, though, boy, a lot of emotions come into play. So if you can't make money in the simulator, forget about trying to make money when you have real money on the line. But unfortunately, even if you can make money in the simulator, doesn't mean you're going to make money again when you have real money on the line, because again, it becomes more emotional. So I'm not trying to dissuade anybody from trading, but those are the harsh realities of it all. Now, how long it's going to take? I get that question a lot. Private emails. How long is it going to take me? You're telling me to practice trading. I have no idea. Everybody's different. It could be a month, could be 6 months, could be a year, could be never. No. Trade Ideas is a tool. We're a great scanner. We give you ideas, but if you watch the Getting Started videos or the Back to Basics, they give you some of the basics of trading, how to read charts and things like that, trends, etc. So anyway, practice, practice, practice. No, you can't configure the time for that. The AI is just it just gives you the alerts whenever they happen. Okay, there's no customization of the AI whatsoever. You cannot customize it to say, well, I only want this price range or this minimum volume or a certain time. Now you can if you wanted. No, you can't even do that. I was thinking you could even delay the time, but no. It's just, but you know what? You don't get so many alerts. You know, I mean, we only have 5 alerts a day. I would say the max you'll ever get in any one day might be 15. So it's not like, and they don't all usually appear, you know, all at once. So, you know, you get an alert, you don't like it, you don't trade it. Now, again, maybe I misunderstood what you meant. What did you mean by can you configure the time frame within the AI? What did you mean by that exactly? Boy, the hood is just getting rocked here. So I should explain this too. These are hotkeys. So if I wanted to get it out of a trade, I would just flatten it. Want to get out of half my trade, half. Want to double my position, double. Okay, click the double. So I just want to show you something here. I'm going to exit this trade. I'm going to flatten it. Okay. So I always encourage you to have these columns: today's profit, max P&L, and distance from exit price. Okay. So what this max P&L is telling me that if I got out right at the very high here, if I got out right at that high, I would have made $129. Where I got out, I made $67, again, in the simulator. I mean, that's probably not great. You know, I'd rather, I mean, can you get out right to the very penny? No. But maybe I would have liked to have got out for maybe $100. You know, it's sort of half of what my max could have been. But what you really don't want to see, you don't want to have like a max P&L of 500 and you're out for only $67, okay, or worse, a loss. So it's a good idea to, you know, to track this. This is going to give me an idea about how good are my exits. The other one is really good too, distance from the exit price. So if I'm long a trade, what I really want to see when I get out of the trade, I want to see a big negative number here, okay? Because what that is telling me is that it's way below where I got out, which is what you want. So this can kind of give you a bit of a gauge, money management, you know, how good are my exits? Yeah, that SPRT, did it ever break? So I haven't had a chance to even look at my watch list. So obviously SPRT at 945, there was the price at 940. So obviously that was excellent. I think probably this is where this one got not stopped, but halted, 151. So that obviously 151. Well, I mean, it got up to 159. I wouldn't call that a winner, but you wouldn't have lost. See, this is how I would treat these, okay? It's a watch list, okay? So if you actually did get into it at 151 and it popped up here and then it started to move down, I'd be out of the trade and then watch to see how it's trading again. I don't think that DATS really zipped up off that 536. Yeah. So again, you know, when I get these alerts, I don't have to take the trade right at the penny. I like to see how it's trading. So, you know, I would not ever have been into DATS because it got up to 538 and then it just started falling. So I'd be watching this, you know, and watching it as it's falling. So consequently, not getting into it. All right, guys. Now I can maybe concentrate a little more on taking a look at some potential trades for myself. Yeah, guys, we have very few rules in the room, but here's a couple, okay? Stocks only is for stocks only. Literally saying, okay, guys, take a look at this stock as an example, okay? Everything else is off topic. Virtually everything else is off topic. We have a swing trading tab. A lot of people go in there. PJ runs that one, haha. Tech support is, you know, I can offer mild tech support. You know, if I can't, then I'll send you to our true tech support. And again, here's my home page where always my link is here. And obviously this is not the promo code that you can use. All right, PXLW, Pixelworks is on the move here. Some volume coming in. Big break today, obviously. Now, looking left on the monthly chart, what do we see? We see 433, and then we see we see 467. So, I mean, it's above that 433, but that next high in that month, and there are a couple highs right there on the monthly charts, that may stall it. No, I just want to show you DIDI. Okay. So one of the nice things about this is a stock with 4.2 billion in the float, right? So one of the nice things, you know, everything. I mean, listen, most of the things that we see, you know, in these basic new highs and lows, etc. Yeah, they're low float situations because there's only one way stocks can be up 10, 20, 30, 40%, usually 100% if it's a low float situation, okay? But look at this short here. You know, I talked about this before I started my TI spiel, but with that amount in the float, you're generally not going to get the same sort of whippiness, of course, of something that has very few shares in the short. So look how gentle a trade, even on the 2-minute chart, how gentle a trade this was. You know, on the 5 minutes, straight down, little pause, maybe a little jog up here, little pause here in the 15, okay? So, you know, there are some advantages to being in stocks that, you know, are high floats, like very high floats. I mean, that's a huge float, 4 billion in the float. All right, guys, let's see, 11:12. All right, so the market is now sort of flattening out just a little bit. Just a little bit. But what a run it had for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, two and a half hours had a great run up. Now we're just sort of flattening out a little bit. Oh, I don't know if it. I think if you're saying, well, what do you guys think about? Like I'm not, listen, we're not trying to be heavy-handed here, but I mean, I guess if you said, what do you think about GOVX or whatever, it's a specific stock, I suppose. The problem is that then people start answering, okay, well, I think if it does this or that, it could do this or that. Um, that's a little more off. I guess what we're really trying to do in the stocks only is very specific. Guys, take a look at Diddy. Okay, let's take a look. I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, see if anything's interesting happening there. Let's take a look at HYZN from Real Fade Candidate. Haven't been able to look at any crosses or anything. Bit of a spread issue, 41.53. Bit of a spread issue with this one, right now anyway, with that HYZN. No, it's just stocks. Just stocks, no options, just stocks. No option play, by the way. Nothing from the scanner. I mean, I said this last week, guys. We're out of earnings season. There's only two that are actually appearing on my earnings, up or down. Only two meeting the filter requirements. I mean, but look at this. I mean, it's just not. Last week and for the 2 weeks, we had, well, actually for about a month, we had a lot of great option plays, like fantastic ones. A lot of them revolve around earnings. it's not that there were many. I don't mean that that was inundated with alerts, but 5, 6, 7 a day. But they were awesome. And I said, well, last week was the end of earnings season, and this week, I mean, look, we got two. If you were here last week, this was full. But it'll happen again, guys. Earnings season will start. October 13th, so November, December, so that'll be December 13th or so. That'll be, sorry, January, is that right? No. I'm sorry. Earnings season starts in October. I'm getting ahead of myself here. So earnings season will start around October 13th again. So, we still have not quite 2 months to go. Okay, guys, this is turning to very slow right now. I don't have very many alerts happening. Well, Vicky, I held the OTRK overnight, so that made my day. And I took a little loss on Tiger, TIGR. That's all I've done. But the OTRK was awesome. First swing, well, I call it a swing, overnight hold for me of a short. Yeah, Tom, I really don't. I mean, there might be other people that, obviously, it depends on your account size. I mean, some people will say, well, if I'm down $300 for the day, I'm out. I don't trade anymore. I don't try to get into revenge trading. I typically don't personally, I don't put any profit targets though. In other words, if I'm up 300 or 400 or whatever that number is, I don't stop trading. I mean, it's possible, we're human, of course, so you don't want to give it all back. So maybe I would lighten my risk a little bit more if I'm at a certain level. But that's just the way I trade. And just what Real said. something that fits your budget and is not stressful. So I mean, if you can afford to lose $300 or $100 a day, okay, well, again, it really depends on your account size. But I definitely, though, don't stop trading, if I'm up a certain amount. Yeah, I see. I am not in a position to answer questions. So other people might want to chime in on that one, April. Okay, I know there is a rule of thumb about 2%. Don't have more than 2% in any one trade, something like that. But I am not a financial advisor, so I am not going to really offer any opinion on that. I just have to be careful what I say. Understand, okay? Because I don't want we don't want somebody to say, well, I was in this trading room and the guy said this is what I should do and I've lost all my money. Okay. If you can find me, William. All right, look, this XTLB, I'm so mildly interested in it if it can take out 5 later on in the day. I mean, it's a low float. Maybe it gets runny. The only problem is maybe because it's an Israeli stock. If it was a US-based stock, there might be, I don't know, a little more action. I don't know. But if it can take out that 5 again, because you just have to look left and where it could go, up to 670 or so. I'm not saying it would get there, but that's what traders would be looking at, that spike high that day. So later on in the day, what I would do, stick an alert at 5 and see how it's trading. Don't mean just take the trade, but at least you'll be notified. Yeah, the spread tightened up a little bit. It was a terrible spread before for the HYZN. It's tightened up a little bit, about 5 cents. Yeah, the SPRT, I'm kind of waiting on a 10 break also to see if it regains the enthusiasm that it had right up here, 1040 odd. So I've got an alert set around 1009, just see if it takes it out. It's starting to base not badly. I also love to see some volume. Look at that volume that came in. Unfortunately, it was also selling volume. Yeah, sure. You can recommend a book, sure. If you're talking about, yeah, we get questions all the time. Any good books on trading or money management, or probably what you're going to be talking about, how much should you risk? Oh, Brian Shannon, yeah, well, we know Brian very well. So if you were here yesterday, I mean, these two windows were full. So this is this is the day. Just not as, for me anyway, not as much action on the things that I'm following. Now the SBS could be interesting on a short. Okay, so Philby, I can answer that question a little bit here. If you are wanting to have a connection so that when you click on an alert within Trade Ideas, if that's important to you, then you have to be using the Pro version. Okay, the light version, we cannot establish a connection. If you want to use Brokerage Plus, if you have an IB account, you want to use this window to trade, you need to be using Pro. But even if you don't care about using Brokerage Plus, if you just like the ability to be able to click on an alert and have it load into your brokerage platform, then you have to be using the Pro version. Other than that, I cannot comment. Every time I see that FL, I think Florida. But obviously we're talking Foot Locker, which had earnings. Now it's starting to move up now. Okay, so a little bit of erratic. I mean, had these big topping tails at the beginning, but it is starting to move back. A little bit like, not quite like Macy's yesterday. Macy's was so awesome yesterday, especially after a certain period. It just kept moving higher and higher and higher until it didn't. Maybe the last, I think, couple of hours it started to drift down, but boy. Yeah, you probably have me on mute, Real, because yeah, I answered him. I do see LC here. Yes, it is a gap and go, but coming into maybe 29.72. All right, well, that's about $1 away. That's the next high looking left. LC, that's about $1 away. Sorry, 29 is the next high looking left. I mean, that could stall it. Guys, woof is getting interesting. You just hovering underneath that whole number. It got up to 21.32. It's an earnings play. Hey, you know what? Takes out that whole number. Might struggle to get through 21.32, but if it could do that, then the next highs. Whoa, there we go. SPRT, guys. Okay, my headset is just dying on me, so just give me a moment, please. All right, back. Now again, guys, I mean, why does a stock like SPRT gap get up to this point and move right back down. I mean, the float is low. So you've got to be really careful. 10 million in the float, you've got to be very, very careful. Last day of it, Autolycus. This is the last day. All right, guys, SPRT trying to hold that 10. I mean, there's a real battle at 10 right now. All right, so if you're wondering, for instance, about what are alerts, filters, what they mean, if you right click, configure, okay, do a search and then days to cover, okay, days to cover, click on it and then click on help. And that'll give you, it'll give you the idea about what it means. Okay? And it's covered right there. So just like it says here, a high number, bearish sentiment, a lower number, more bullish. Okay, so most of the things, if you're if you're wondering about what our filters mean or an alert means, all you have to do is highlight it and then click on the help. Okay. And yeah, I mean, you're putting the odds more in your favor for something like that happening, but of course, you just can't go into it thinking, okay, I see what that says, therefore I will do this, and it's got to happen. Well, if you had a $200,000 account, of course, a $100, you'd be wanting to risk more. I'm using this as an example in the simulator, risking $100 a trade. How much you're going to risk per trade will be dependent on your account size. SPRT is just, again, it's just kind of flirting with that 10 level. All right, guys. The wolf on the move. Now, can it take this out here? I mean, the 2131, that's the high. We don't have the SAR indicator, Alex. Okay, if you're wondering if we have anything, if you right click, again, this is good, good exercise. Okay, right click, configure, and then search. Okay, you type in SAR, nothing happens. Okay, as an example, if you wondered if we have anything to do with MACD, this is what we have for MACD. You want something to do with RSI, this is what we have for RSI. Stochastics, this is what we have for stochastics. So you type in SAR, we've got nothing. No, we don't have TTM either. All right, guys, 11:41. So what I'm going to do is not Jamie, is Andy in the room at noon in our YouTube room. So I'm going to put the link in here. I'll be taking my break at around noon. I'm just going to put the YouTube link in here. Man, I'm not getting very many alerts. There's the LC. Actually, I was looking to short this one just as Vicky was talking about it. To me, it looked like it was topping out, but anyway. Well, glad I waited on the SPRT. I did not like the way it was trading right around that 10. It was just sort of not really it wasn't moving through that on any big volume burst, so kept waiting and waiting and waiting. So reset my alert to see if it gets back over 10 later on. Well, guys, I'm just, again, nothing happening for me right now. There's the market. It just completely flattened out. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So before I do go, I'll just put the promo code in one more time. You want to take out a subscription to get 25% off. I'm going to put the promo code in and how you can take out a subscription. And again, what I would do if you're unsure, just take out a standard subscription for the first month. If you like it, you can always upgrade. If you do it within the month, you can always upgrade to an annual, and we'll honor that 25%. But it's a great way to try us out. You know, I'm just seeing on my thumbnail charts, I'm just seeing a lot of things kind of just fading. Nothing in my options scanner at all today. No, so we had a halt. Is this an IPO? No, it was an IPO last month. So RGC got halted. It's halted again. It got halted, resumed, and halted. RGC. Low volume. Very low volume. Low volume, low float. Well, this is going to get crazy. This RGC is going to get crazy, but there's just no volume. I mean, the volume will pick up, but I'm just looking here. The potential open is 1151, 1151. Potential. And again, as always, from Interactive Brokers, 1165, 1165. So it's halted at 1088. Now this can change. This is not 100%. You'll see this change. The halt was at 11:45:37. So if this is going to be a 5-minute halt, this is going to open in about 15 seconds. So let's see if this holds. It's 11:65. So we 2, 3, so 1, boom. Well, as I say, anticlimactic. So this is going to be more than a 5-minute halt. In the past, no, there's no historical feature for it. I'm assuming what you mean is, can you right click on the window and then do a history? No. I don't use it. I don't use it because I just can't put enough filters on it to make it worth my while. So all right, well, this looks like it's going to be at least a 10-minute halt now for RGC. I have, yes, 1165, yes, 1165. But as you know, Pitbull, that can change. Man, I'm glad, why I did not hop on that SPRT. I mean, I just had that, just stubborn, waiting to see better action. Oh, okay, we have one on the way down from the option scanner. Boy, Hexa, what a miserable... What do they raise? $140 million on a $2 stock? How many shares is that? At $295 a unit. Meanwhile, LC is probably bouncing. So after that pullback, LC is now starting to bounce. All right, well, let's see if this is going to be a 5-minute halt. 11:45, so 11:55. So a little over a minute if this is going to be a 10-minute halt. Usually they're multiples of 5. Most of the time they are 5-minute halts. Just give me a moment. All right, it was oh, I see. I was wondering why did I get that little rat-tat-tat? So you see, remember I put this conditional buy order for SPRT if it pulled back? Okay, was demonstrating how you do that. So it took the trade. All right, we are now open. Wow, so 12:05. Look at this. Wow, what this is going crazy now, guys. This probably get halted again. Yeah, I just got halted again. Still really low volume. I mean, just really, really low volume. I don't know any recent bad news. I don't think so. It's a crypto play. SPRT is a crypto play. Well, I'll be on break, guys, but this, boy, this is going to go crazy, really crazy. RGC, I'm seeing a 16.16 bid ask when it opens. And now, it absolutely does not mean it's going to stay here, but I'll be on my break when that happens. So if anyone was fortunate enough to get in, here, though, it would have been pretty tough. There was no volume. I don't even know what the spread was like here. All right, guys, so I'm just going to put my announcement in. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up in the YouTube room. I'll take my break. Well, after that pullback, LC on the move here. After that pretty decent pullback, actually was right there. Now on the move again, coming into 29.72 is the next high looking. Sorry, 29 is the next high looking left for LC.
Testing, testing 1 2 3, testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Hello, traders. Let me know when you can hear me and see my screen. Testing 1, 2. Ah, there we go. Hi, Sahar. Hey, Mike. How are you? Man, it's been a while. Man, feel like it's been a month or so since I've done a webinar. Hi, everybody. This is the, I was about to say Trading Studio, but no, this is the Friday edition of the support webinar. And my name is Andy. I'll be taking you through the next hour for anybody who is new in here. Maybe you just joined or taking the test drive and thinking about joining. This is where you can get all your questions answered, hopefully. So if you do have a question, just drop it into the chat panel there, and we will address it. So, I take it everybody can hear me okay and can see my screen. Hi, David. How are you, buddy? Aja, what's up, buddy? How are you, man? I got a lot of regulars in here. Hi, Iris. How are you?
Market data connection lost.
All right. Well, let's get to chatting.
Market data connection
Boy, what a
reestablished.
resilient market. We'll see what happens here. For me, let me pull up my little Epic pen real quick. Key level right here on both the daily and the intraday. And what I'm talking about here is we have our 10-period moving average moving up, and then we have our 5-day moving average. This is a 5-day moving average that it's having a tough time with, and you can see it's had a kind of a tough time with it over the last several days there. So we'll have to see if it can get through there. And then also on the daily, we have the 10-period moving average. We're right in between the 20 and the 10. So, boy, history would probably tell, if you looked at, when I say history, I'm talking about probably the last 10 years.
Market data
there's a good chance we will get through this area, but we'll have to wait and see how it works. Okay, I'm going to have to close this out because this is driving me crazy. I don't know what's wrong with this. My interactive brokers keeps losing and losing connection and then reconnecting. And I keep hearing a little British man telling me that connection is lost, connection is reestablished. Still, guys, I think, I don't know, it is, Pixelwork's been strong today. It's been a tough market still. I mean, I don't know if it's that time of year. This is typically the, and I've been trading for a long time, and typically the toughest part was, the last 2 weeks in August, and then even the first week of September can be kind of slow until you get past Labor Day. Yeah, difficult market. How can we make money? Iris, that's a great question, and I've seen a lot of good traders, struggling because the market breadth right now is so bad, which basically means, you have a lot of stocks, even though the market continues to go and to flirt with highs, you have a lot of stocks that are not participating. They're going the other direction. So it's being kind of moved with a lot of the big cap stocks, and it makes it tough, especially for a lot of active traders who likes to trade, lower cap stocks, small cap. I find it interesting today if history repeats itself. This IWM, which I was noticing it today, you can see right here, was in a very interesting spot. Channelingstocks.com, if you'd like to call it. Every time it kind of gets down in this range, it kind of bounces, and we're seeing it again today. So Maybe that will, get the small caps going again. Who knows? But yeah, obviously a lot of those just have not been participating. It's still well below some key moving averages, and right now fighting with the 200. And yesterday was the first close below the 200 in almost a year. So we'll have to see what happens. But I tell you, stubborn market. I know that. I'll tell you what I'm doing. I'm actually sitting in some SPXS. Ah, man, this thing's still acting up a little bit. Pretty much right here. I bought it the other day when it broke above. So I'm basically about flat in SPXs. But what I'm doing is just sitting in some basically kind of a short or hedge, if you want to call it. And the reason I say sometimes it's a hedge is because I'm still day trading. I'm still scalping stuff to the long side, but I'm sitting in some SPXS. So we'll have to see what happens. I mean, this market, like I said, it's been resilient, but I just think there's a lot of geopolitical and macro events that are kind of out there that you could wake up one morning and the market be down pretty substantial. But like I said, it's not a huge position, but I definitely want to be in some in case that happens, and then I just trade. I scalp some long side, some stuff to the long side, mostly day trading. Sometimes I will hold it for maybe a couple of days, but I'm not staying in stuff very long because they just don't. They don't follow through that much. Most of the stuff I'm doing, Iris, is I'm using some of Barry's is his option scanner. I'm using that a little bit. I'm using my Extreme Master Blaster and my Extreme Volume High-Low Pro, quite a bit. If I see stocks that are kind of, breaking out of a range with good volume, I'll definitely scalp some of those, but not doing a whole lot. I mean, it's got to look, I may only do 1 or 2 stocks a day, and it's got to look really good for me. But to be honest with you, yeah, I'm not doing a whole lot right now because I know for me, like I said, it's been one of the toughest markets this last 2 weeks of August. It seems like a lot of people are getting back to school, and just I don't know. It just seems like it's just always one of the deadest periods. And I haven't been trading this revenue growth fishing. I'm looking, I like this thing when the market pulls back and gets a nice pullback, and then you see it kind of stocks that are holding up well in a pullback. Although this one would have been a pretty nice one this morning. That one looks interesting. But I'm seeing just a lot of failed, stuff. Yeah, not a whole lot in there. That one looks pretty interesting, but not a lot of volume. I like to see more volume when they're kind of breaking out like this. But no, Iris, yeah, not a whole, nothing new. Nothing new as far as the scanner, for scalping. I still like my Extreme Volume and Extreme Master Blaster when it comes to. But this is the kind of stuff I'm seeing. Here's a good example of one today. I mean, you look at this nice little breakout, and you see this all the time. This is why I'm not buying breakouts. You had a nice little breakout this morning on pretty decent volume. You can see it was coming through Master Blaster. And look at that, pops through and then just fails. Now it may get going again, I don't know, but that's the kind of stuff you see a lot, just when you start seeing no follow-throughs on breakouts, it just tells you people are profit-taking or whatever, but just not a whole lot of follow-through. Take a look at the sectors. Looks like IBB. You know what was funny today? I don't think I've ever seen this. This K-Web, like the Asian markets finished down quite a bit last night. Hang Seng, Shanghai. So, a couple of the a lot of the China markets they finished down quite a bit, like 2.5%. And to see K-Web do this morning, I just so weird to just see it fly up like that on the open. I just thought that was strange. Take a look at FXI, which obviously gapped down a lot more than K-Web did, and it's still down almost a percent, about 8.87. So you might want to keep an eye on that. And then yesterday, see, you had this big. A lot of times a bottom can. Look at the volume yesterday on a doji. Biggest volume we've had in quite a long time, probably for the year. Let me scroll back and see.
Wow.
Yeah, look at that volume. So that's interesting. I'm going to keep an eye on that. I don't typically, trade markets that are in a, down draft like this, but that's something I definitely want to keep an eye on and see if it can. Of course, China right now, it's just it's scary to trade that, but at least this is an ETF. You're not jumping in an individual stock. Master Blaster Fast, Johnny. You can find it on the. Let's just pull it up and I'll show you if I have a dock opened up. I don't, but let me show you how you can get there real quick. Just go to the dock channel bar and go to find the guy running. It says Momo Minim. And there you will see Extreme Master Blaster. It's the exact same one I have. Also have a nice little Momo scan on it. So yeah, this is actually a popular channel to be on. We've noticed in the back office a lot of people like to go to this Momo channel, and because you're not going to miss a whole lot on this with this Extreme Master Blaster. And it has, let me show you what it has. It's a multi-strategy window that has 5 strategies, and I have it segmented between stocks if you want to play stocks between $2 and $10. Some people like the lower price stuff. Extreme volume over 10, extreme volume low float, extreme volume 52-week high. See, it's color coordinated. Extreme volume all-time high. So yeah, you can find it on that Momo channel. Joby thoughts. Interesting. I don't trade a lot of IPOs, new issues, but I do like that setup right there. You had a nice downtrend for a while, and nice bar reversal there. That's typically probably when you saw some volume coming in on this thing when it took out yesterday's high. And actually not doing a great volume, still relative volumes lower. But yeah, it looks good. I usually like a little more candles to work with as far as making any kind of calculation of where it might be heading next, more of a pattern. But no, I could see why somebody may take that on that bar reversal for sure. Then you got a couple of nice bars coming in right now. So yeah, it looks pretty good. But I just know these new issues, they can take a while sometimes to get going. Okay, David, let's see. I don't know if you can answer this. I did some XBXS live before, but I did not hold overnight. How does the rebalancing due to the 3-ton affect that ticker? Yeah, I don't know the exact calculations they use as far as the rebalancing. I know there are definitely some decay, over time in those things for sure. I don't stay in them very long. It's not something I'll get in and stay in for months, that's for sure. But, if you're just looking, maybe for a move and hold it for, 3 or 4 days or something like that, you're not going to experience that much decay. I mean, here's the thing. What I like about them, if you do get a move, a lot of times we've seen, you guys know that a lot of times in these, when we get some really strong bearish price action, the market can really sell off fast, really quick. And that's when you can get your bang for your buck out of those things. So, I will, when they get technically right, I'll jump in. When they get technically wrong, I'll jump out pretty quick too. So what I'm talking about there is, and I don't look at the SPSX when I'm looking at the technicals, because it's going to be kind of wonky with the triple leverage. I look at the SPYs. Okay. So if we break out and close above this 10-period moving average, a lot will depend on, how much they close. Obviously, if we break out and go to an all-time high, I'll definitely be getting out probably before then. But if we just barely break through and close barely above, not take out these two highs over here, I may stay in a little bit because, like I said, I'm flat right now, so I wouldn't be down very much at all. But yeah, but to answer your question, it's not something that, I will stay in for a very long time, that's for sure. I position myself. I did it over here too. I did it over here and then, got out. But there's nothing wrong with that. Here's the thing, I'm never chasing these things way down low. I'm usually getting them pretty quick when they break like the 10-period moving average or something like that. And at the same time, I'm playing stuff to the long time as well, to the long side as well. But I just don't feel like loading up right now. I just don't. I feel like there's way too much risk out there to load up your account to the long side. If you do it, you could get paid, obviously. But for me, I'm just not liking the risk out there. Yeah, you know what? You're reluctant. It's not going to kill you, that much. I mean, you got to do it with small size, David, because here's the thing: if you get a big sell-off, okay, you're going to and you hold this thing for and you get a big sell-off, kind of like we did, back even on something like this, from there to there in the market down to the 50, if you hit this right, I mean, you can do pretty well. Maybe you cover half at this and give it a chance to break the 50. But you don't have to have a whole lot of size for SPX to, let's take a look at right here. You got 25 to all the way to, 20, 28, 29. $29. So that's a $4 move. So, I mean, even if we gap up to all-time highs on Monday, and you're in this thing, you're only talking about a 70-cent move. So what I would suggest is just calculate according to how much you're willing to lose. I mean, you're fighting the trend, that's for sure. I mean, so anytime you're fighting the trend, you don't want to take. When I say trend, I'm talking about the long-term trend of the market. You don't want to take a huge size and make a bet on it, following through to the downside. But I think it's worth any time you get an action, because at some point this market is going to roll over and get hit pretty good, and I just want to be in it. But I don't, like I said, I'm not going crazy and taking huge size. Do I make no? That's not something I do. Yeah, I don't play. I played some. Back in my day trading days, I would definitely play some. I've done it before. In other words, I've. I may have put some oh crap bids in something that's halted. Thinking, but it's kind of a dangerous game. I wouldn't do it with like a biotech or something like that. Sometimes it's scary. Because you don't know how far those things are going to gap down when they get a bad FDA ruling. But But yeah, I've done it. It's not something I do, I have done it in a long time. Like I said, mostly now I'm a swing trader. Yeah, David, that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. RGC is going crazy, but I'm hesitant. Oh, wow. Look at that float. I can see why you're hesitant. It's only got a 2.3 million share float. Yeah, I can see why you're hesitant there. I would be hesitant as well. I mean, the average volume is only 8,000 shares a day. Now, obviously, with the relative volume of the day, it's doing more today, but that's still kind of a very low amount of volume for a stock that just, tripled. That's a scary. I mean, this thing could halt and easily open up, down to 13 or something on you. So I don't know if you're talking about waiting for a halt and then putting a bid down way low like 13. Yeah. I tell you what, if I did play something like this, it'd probably be like 100 or 200 shares. That's a very dangerous chart to play, stock to play, I should say, with the average volume and even today is not very much. There you go. Todd was in it at 14.22, and he's out at 17. Yeah, that's something that I would definitely be getting in and out of quick. I don't know the news behind it. Obviously, it was intraday. Let's see, Kara, I missed that one. When did that come through? About 10 minutes ago through Barry's option scanner. Could be interesting. Volume's not all that crazy. Did not have earnings. Earnings was a couple of weeks ago, looks like. I'm not sure what's going on there. Hi, Frank. This is actually Andy. Barry will be back in about 40 minutes. We take it over to do our support webinar for anybody that has questions, and obviously you have a question. So when it comes to back testing, first of all, it has to be an A window, right? So we are going to, this is one that I like for swing trading, pull back above 50 SMA swing, looking for stocks that have pulled back, and let me find a better one, pulled back on their 5-day time frame and doing a bar reversal, and they have to be above their 50-day moving average. So what's going to happen if I back test this? Okay, it is going to back test any symbol that comes through there. Okay, any symbol, the fairy, and it's only going to back test the first time it comes through on the day. It's not going to continue to back test every repeat. Only the first one of the day. Okay, so this hasn't been working all that great in this kind of sloppy market we've had for the last couple of months, but it's not the point to show. And see, this one usually back tests very well. It just goes to show you these are beautiful setups. I would take most of them anytime, but you're going to see this. Well, it may back test okay on the No, not really. Now it's only a 43% winner. It's still a profitable trade, but usually this is so much better. Usually it's up close to 2, but just the market we have right now is so wonky and the breath is so bad. So what happened here is it went and back tested. I could click on any one of these dates, okay, and any symbol that came through there, Frank, it would back test it. Okay, that's the only way, okay, it can do it. Right now, we don't have a system where you can like give it a simple like symbol like Apple and just say, here's Apple, back test this. It's not the way it works. So what you would essentially have to do is create a strategy like I just created here, and then what you would have to do is go into symbol list, and you would have to do single symbol and put whatever symbol you want to put in there. And it would only, obviously, that would be the only symbol that came through this window, so it would only backtest it. But Frank, it has to, here's what a backtest has to have. It has to have an entry time, an entry price, an exit time, and an exit price, okay? So you have to run some sort of strategy, okay? You just cannot feed the backtester Apple and just tell me how this would have done over the last 2 months. No, there's got to be a timestamp. There got to be a timestamp of an entry time and an entry price, and there has to be a timestamp of an entry price exit. An exit price and an exit time. So I hope that answers your question. Now listen, with all that being said, our goal in the future is to be able to have an AI system where you're welcome, Frank. Our goal in the future is to have an AI system where you can be able to do that. You can feed it something like Apple, and it will kind of go, and it won't be necessarily a back test, but it will give you ideas of where, using a lot of back testing theory, it'll give you some ideas where you might want to buy, where you might want to sell, and things like that. So that's still a ways off, but that's the goal in the future. Oh, thanks, Frank. Appreciate it. Yeah, I know the AI hasn't been doing all that great the last several weeks. It's had some good days for sure, and it's had some bad. I'm telling you, it's kind of this market and this time of year. There's a lot of slop going on. When I see very, very, very good traders that I've known for a long time, struggling in this environment, I know it's tough, including myself. So it's going to be tough for the AI too, because there's just a lot of slop. I'll be the first to tell you. Yeah. The last month, market's been real crappy. It looks strong. Like right now, it's going back to highs, but in the grand scheme of thing, look, it's basically where it was a month ago. So we're just kind of going nowhere fast, and even when we do, it seems like break out to a high, we eventually sell off, pretty good. So. Hard to get excited, even for me, about this day right here. Especially when I keep trying to pick the the fall and not working out. But I'm definitely not giving up on it yet. Like I said, I'm just basically flat right now. Yeah, that's Frank. It's a good point. I'm one of the guys. Steve and I are one of the very first users of this product. We used to trade with the CEO Dan Merkin. We started trading with him 25 years ago, and then he built this platform, and then we eventually came on with him. But the point I was making is I've been using this since has it been 2003? So 17, 18 years, that long. But anyway, I've been using it for a very long time, and boy, I couldn't do without it. It definitely There's a lot of good scanning tools out there, I'll admit. There's some good ones. But as far as real-time ideas, trading ideas, real-time alerts, nobody compares. CWST. Nice move. Pixel work is going sideways right. There's its 10-period moving average. Okay, this is not an earnings place. I'm not sure what's going on here, but what I like up here, that's the next high. Our red line resistance shows you the next high, so there's a chance maybe another 30 or 40 cents in this stock. But Friday afternoon, I don't know how many chances I would take. Don't see a resistance line on that one because it is at all-time highs. Yeah, there you have it. The IWM has not been playing, the small caps have not been playing ball at all. Now, that being said, they're obviously trying today. They opened up pretty much flat. There was some opportunity here this morning as the markets moved higher. These kind of just sat for a while and then finally got a nice little push for a $3 move there. We'll have to see what happens. And SPY looks like they are bumping up and trying to get through their okay, right at it, aren't they? Yeah, right at their 10-period moving average right now. So got through their 5-day, so we'll have to see what happens here. Yes, Todd. The AI will point out anytime. Let's take a look at this ME. Okay, there was your entry. Okay, so it does point out your entry right there at 835. You can see on my, you can have a column that will show display your entry price. Okay, you can also have a column. I don't have one because I just kind of look at the chart. It will, if you have an exit price column, that's only going to show you once the stock has exited. It won't display an exit until it exits the trade. It will give you a target if there is one. Okay, so in this case, there's no target. Anytime you see that blue line go all the way up like that on the daily, you will know there's no target. In other words, the idea is to have an entry price and to hold the trade until the end of the day unless it gets stopped out. Okay, some strategies will have targets. Yeah, some of them will. Let's take a look at some of the others and see if they do. And that one doesn't. A lot of the strategies don't. And the reason they don't is because we have found that holding we have what's called moderate profit. And we have found in our back office by keeping all the data and running all the data that holding the trades till the end of the day is way more profitable than taking your target price or taking a profit save is another exit reason. So it's nice to see a target, you're right, but at the same time, I understand. They used to all have targets, but we just found out that some strategies do so much better holding them to the end of the day instead of using a target. There you go. Well, yeah, that's the beauty. You can put your targets where you want to, Todd. So yeah, that's a good strategy. To anytime you see 10%, I think a person should take some off the table, and that's a great way to learn how to stay in trades. We talk about that all the time because our tendency is to take profits too quick. That's just the tendencies we were born with. So the way to break you of those tendencies is feed the greed, feed the fear demons by taking some off. Jesse Livermore made a great case for the reason we are that theory exists is because see if I make sure I get this right, okay? Because we are born. It's natural instincts for traders to fear when things are going in their direction, and not fear when things are going against them. So in other words, and I've felt this before. I've been in trades where I'm down a little bit and I'm thinking, this is just going to come down here. It's going to bounce. I'm okay. And then I had to break myself of this. And then trades where you get profitable, you start getting scared that they're going to turn around and go against you. And really, he says you have to reverse that. Okay, you have to basically change your mind, condition your mind to think the opposite. In other words, when things go against you, you should be fearing that they're going to continue to go against you and get out. And then, of course, when things go in your favor, you should be hoping they're going to continue to go in your favor. But we do just the opposite. When trades go against us, we naturally we hope that they're going to stop going against us and come back. And when they go in our favor, we fear that they're going to, we're going to lose all our money. And when it reverses. And the best way to remedy that is to take some, always hold on to a little bit. And that'll teach you to hold on to trades for longer. Yes, it is. It is very, very, very hard. I'll give you a prime example, and this is like, this was me yesterday. Now, this is open, okay? I liked it down here at this level that it's been supporting yesterday. Okay, it had earnings on this day. It sold off, and I bought. Now, let me tell you what I did, okay? I don't recommend this unless you're scaling into a position, okay? So I bought half a position on this day right here, okay? Because it looked like it wanted to turn. This was this day right here, and it bounced through this moving average, okay? And this was a swing trade, and I bought half of my position right here. When a stock is below its moving average, doesn't look good, and I'm looking for a level to where it may bounce, I never take a full position, okay? Now, a lot of people will not encourage this, but on this day right here, when it gapped down, okay, I bought my second half, okay, because I loved this level where it's been holding up for months, okay? It's been bouncing. I bought it at $13.95, and so anyway, after all said and done, I had an average price of $14.35, okay? Full position. And I got my bounce, just like the market, this is like I'm saying, I'm playing stuff to the long side. So I got my bounce, and as soon as it got, now I didn't sell it right when I got flat or something like that, okay, so finally it goes back to highs, I get flat, and then it gets up here and it gets to break even. I think around, this level right here is where I started selling. And and here's the thing about it is I immediately sold, probably a little bit higher than that. I saw this level over here, and I was like, okay, I'm taking some off. But I took like 75% of my trade off, okay? And then, it was a profitable trade. I got then I held on to the other 25%. I think I sold it once it broke down through this fast line. Like I said, I'm not staying in things long. I didn't care for this market, although I wish I'd have stayed now. But I sold my other 25% right here, I think around 66 when it broke that. Of course, it bounced up and moved higher. But the point is I didn't get a bar reversal here or anything. I was just nervous because I had been down on the trade. Now I was up. I was green. And I should have held on to more of it, through this level, because I never got a bar reversal or anything. But it's just it's getting back to the same thing I talked about. No, and I didn't keep a lot. And the reason I didn't keep a little is just the market the way it was. Now, if the market had been above all its moving averages yesterday, I probably would have. I probably would have, kept my last 500. But I did not feel like, the market was, below its moving averages yesterday, below its 10 and 20. At the time, you can see the market was kind of, vacillating back and forth, wasn't sure where it wanted to go. So I was just in a scalping mode. Now, had I known the market was going to do this, I probably would have, maybe kept that last bit, but I did. But that's everybody, even I still today sometimes will take too much off too quick, But a lot of it depends, on the market, especially when you're up here at all-time highs and you're kind of waffling back and forth through your moving averages, not getting any real follow-through in a lot of stocks, which is a good point that we talk. This is a great point to talk about. Okay, a lot of times where the market is will depend on, my conviction level. Okay, so if the market is at a point where it's getting tired and it's at it's kind of at a, euphoric level, like I feel like our market has been for a while, that may limit the amount of time I will stay in a trade. Versus if I'm catching a market maybe, down, let me see, This is a great example. So maybe you're catching a market right here on a pullback right off the 50. It's been holding this 50. Market's kind of pulled back nicely, and it bounced and then it got through its moving averages. I'd probably be more apt to hold on to a trade longer than once you've had kind of an extended market for a long period of time. I get a little bit nervous as far as how long I might want to hold a trade. But really where I get greedy is when you've had a sell-off of maybe, 10 or 15%, and then you're catching a bounce and you catch those and you hit those right. Those are the ones you really want to hang on to for a while. Play a little less size and give yourself time to let those work for you. When you're catching a bottom, and it goes with individual stocks as well. Like this TGTX. If you're going to catch something like this, in other words, you're not catching a falling knife because it has stabilized for a while, but if you're going to play something like this, I definitely want to hold on to some of it to see if it can't maybe go another $2 to that, because if you're going to risk buying stuff, like this, you need to make it work for you. Ooh, boy, that one got active. Not sure what happened there. Yeah, Smart Stop is just an algorithm, that we use. Now, ours is I don't use them because they're basically made for day trading. You know, it's an algorithm that kind of calculates the volatility, the price, and things like that, and calculates a smart stop for you. If I was going to use it, well, I'm just going to say I don't, just because I don't day trade that much. I say that, but now I'm day trading more because of this market and where we're at. But most of my trading is swing trading, so I'm usually using like a 3% stop, and that would be, you know, way more than the smart stops are using. Most of your smart stops are probably going to be between 25 cents to $1. So that's typically just not enough. You know, not enough for me. In most of my stops, I like to use something technical versus just a raw percentage. So I'm looking at, you know, where on a chart that I want to get out, and that could be a day trade or a swing trade. So I may use a stop like, let's say, 3%, but then I may adjust that stop according to where it would break down technically, if that makes sense. Somewhere around that. Obviously, I wouldn't move it down 7 or 8%, but yeah. But you know what? The best thing to do is just paper trade them. You know, that's the beautiful thing about our paper trader. I'm sorry, I got distracted real quick. Somebody's typing to me. Yeah, you can run strategies. You can try the smart stops. Me, I typically like to just a pure percentage in my day trading strats that I may build. I'll use a 1%, maybe a 1.5%, and in my swing trading, it's usually around 3%. And a lot will depend on the strat. Like this is one I got that actually it's pretty good. I'll share it with you guys. It's not in our. You got to be kidding me. Okay, this is something I built a while back, and basically you can see it fired off right there. I mean, if you look at the chart, it's just ugly. But I built this to look for basically oversold stocks, and I used a lot of filters, and it looks for oversold stocks. So something like this, if I was going to back test it, okay, I'm already buying a stock that's already oversold. So I don't know if I want to give this another, 3% to the downside. So I may make something like this a lot tighter. So in other words, I'm anticipating a bounce in this thing, and in this case was a really good one. Let's take a look at some of the stocks and see if they came through here today. Okay, this is all we got. Oh, that was at the open there at 282. Would have been a nice one. Another one at the open. Yeah, I'm kind of leery about those ones at the open, but boy, they can actually pay pretty good. Oh, that would have been a beautiful one. Gap down after selling off all that much. Already looked at that, didn't we? Yeah. That one's not working. Okay, but first thing I'd look and see it's a biotech, and I probably wouldn't play that one. Anyway, if I took something like this and I back tested it, now remember this, I have a lot of filters in here. Now remember, you're buying stocks that are hitting lows and have sold off. So this is about as contrarian as you can get for a buy. I may start using this bad boy more for myself if I'm going to be doing more day trading. Come on, finish up. So not bad. I mean, the average winner versus average loser, I would like to see a bigger spread than that. But 1.53, basically a 50% winner. 1.53. So not all that great. I haven't optimized this in a while, so I'd probably need to go back and let me see what the time hold is. You have a similar to that. Let me see what the time hold is on this. Okay, it's an all-day trade. Okay. Let's just see what happened if we traded this. Probably not going to be good. Let's see if it works for a 2-day hold here. The win rate's not going to be very good. I can see that. Oh, I know why the win still got a nice profit factor, even with a 26% win rate. But I know what the problem is. It's probably the I keep doing that. If I'm gonna probably need to loosen up the back. I mean the stop a little more. Risk management. Let's go. Let's just try it at. Let's try it at 3. Let's see what happens. Now I know the win rate should get better, but I don't know if the profit factor will. Not bad. Anyway, I'll share this with you guys just in case anybody may want to play around with this, because sometimes you can catch some pretty good. There you go. Some of you guys want to give it a shot. And like I said, I haven't changed those filters up in a while, so you may want to take that and play around with it and see if you can get it performing even better. Yeah, the swing exit, David, back testable. No, I don't think you can't use the yeah, I don't think you can use a swing exit. It may. I haven't looked at it in there to see if it's in there. But if it is, if you have a swing exit in there, I'm sure you could use it as your stop. But if it's not, no, you'll just have to use something else. I don't think that's in there, David. All right, guys, got about oh man, Frank's gonna do an annual subscription. Great, man, congrats. Yeah, you definitely save money on that annual subscription, that's for sure, versus paying it monthly for a year. You're welcome, Todd. Yeah, let me share this one with you as well. You're talking about the pullback above 50 SMA swing. Frank, I think that's what you're talking about. I'll just say pullback. Yeah, they had some. There was a one that I really liked in there today. Let me see if I can find it. Like I said, though, man, I'm really disappointed, and it's just like I said, the market that we have right now. This has performed a lot better in the past. This is a nice looking chart right here. Okay, you recently had a all-time high, and you had several days of pullback. Then you had a bounce at the 20, and then you had a reversal today. But we'll have to see what happens. It's not digging in right now, but that's not a bad-looking chart, although it looks like it's a Colombian. If you guys don't mind playing foreign companies. Well, Frank, don't we have a 25% sell on right now? You don't need to wait for Black Friday. Black Friday's a long ways away. Let me see here. Where is my test drive? Okay, yeah, just go here. Just go there and then use this code. And you will get 25% off. So yeah, you don't have to wait for Black Friday. Yeah, Frank, we never go above. I've been here over 5 years, and I've never seen it above 25%. So that's going to be, the best you're going to get. You're welcome, Todd. You're welcome, Frank. Oh, what am I doing? Showing my... David, yes, you have a good weekend too, buddy. You're welcome. You have a good weekend. Yeah, I'm going to call Barry in here in a couple of minutes. So you guys, thanks for all the great questions. Yeah, let's look at Joby again for Aja. Wow, nice, very nice. What are they involved in? All electric vehicles. Vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. Dang. Interesting. Yeah, nice one. Very nice. Yes, Frank. Yes, thank you. Yeah, yeah, Joby, I missed my flight too on that one. Which reminds me, I'm going to build an IPO channel for the docking channel. So I'm gonna work on that. I should have it out probably next week. So that way, you guys won't miss anything like Joby. All right, guys. You guys have a great weekend. I'm going to tell Barry that he is good to come in. And you guys have a wonderful weekend. Thank you, Frank. You too, bud. I haven't, Trey. I haven't used. Looks like Barry's taking over now, but I have not. He's in. All right, guys.
Okay, for those of you in YouTube, we are watching DATS to see how well it can hold over 5. It had a little pop, DATS, a little pop over 5. After hours, it did hit 559 or so. So let's see if it can hold 5. Choppy though, my goodness, just choppy. Good afternoon, Mike and Frank. Well, I'm just watching this DATS. I'll have to see it take out that 525 again. We don't have, no, we have it as a, we don't have it as a pink sheet stock. We have it as a NAS. IPO back here. You know, this OTRK, it's definitely making a nice little comeback. Have I used any features to... I haven't traded any of the Holly alerts, if that's what you mean. The only one I was mildly interested in was the ME. I mean, it's still, you know, maybe, but just kind of a, for me, it's been a kind of a boring day for my scanners and also the AI. Not saying there's been nothing, but, you know, not, yesterday was very exciting. But if you're asking me, have I traded any of the AI alerts today? No. All right, so no. So Frank's asking a question. Well, as far as I know, no. And I'm glad you brought this up. So those of you who are on the test drive, save all your work. You should be able to save it to the cloud, Frank. I don't understand why. If you've created one, you just right-click and save or share to cloud when you're in one of those dock windows. And then you should see the name of it and then save it. It should save into the cloud. I don't see why it won't. Yeah, those are the AI alerts are considered to be Holly, yes. So I don't see why it won't. But What I want to say in general, though, for those of you who are on the test drive and are not subscribers to Trade Ideas, in other words, you're not a standard subscriber that tried the premium for the 2 weeks. So if you're on the test drive, save everything you've done, okay, into the cloud. Individual windows that you created, maybe, individual layouts, okay, save everything into the cloud. Why? If you do decide to take out a subscription at some point, doesn't have to be next week, next month, next year, as long as you use the same email address that you used to sign up for the test drive, everything that you have saved in the cloud will be available to you. Okay? Well, no, I'm just using, I'm just saying if you take out a subscription at any point, you know, I said tomorrow, Monday, next month, next year, next 10 years, as long as you use the same email address that you used for the test drive, everything that you've done, as long as you've saved it to the cloud, will be available to you. Okay? So, Frank, does that answer your question? Partly, okay. What part isn't answered? Well, let me ask you this. If you have a docked window and you right click and you've named it, okay, and you right click and you save or share to cloud, does the name of the window show up here? Oh, I see. Premium. No, standard. I'm sorry. No, you just need a standard subscription. You don't need a premium subscription to access your saved windows. No. Listen, our standard subscription is great. You know, I mean, the main reason people want to have access to our premium is because they want to have a look at the AI. Obviously, not having a great day today, but that's the main reason. If you're capable of creating your own scans, if you like the scans that I've created, if you like the scans that have been created in the channel bar, you know what? The standard subscription is fine. Well, okay, yes, 20 charts. I mean, there are some other differences. There are some other differences between standard and premium. Yeah, standard you have 10 charts, premium you're going to have 20. But I mean, if that's not enough, I mean, your broker has charts, so I mean, you can always use your broker charts too. That shouldn't be like a deciding factor in my opinion. I like our charts. You know, I like the way they're presented. They're getting better and better. So I don't use anybody else's charts. Well, guys, keep an eye on this DATS. I mean, the DATS is now basing not badly over $11. I wish over $5. Now, the other one I wanted to keep an eye on was the XTLB. Where are you? Because you never know, guys. In the afternoon, it's not that. What is it? XTLB? XTL. Okay. Let's see where it is right now. Yeah, Yak, you never know. Look at the spread. Look at the float. 3.4 million in the float, all right? Look how it's basing pretty nicely. Now, obviously what has to happen is volume. We need some volume, and I'm telling you, if it pushes over 5, you just never know. It only has 3.5 million in the float. It's traded 46 times normal. but don't take it unless it really has some volume. And the only reason I'm talking about it is because traders look at the daily chart. They're going to look at this and they're going to say, wow, back on the 23rd, it did get up to 770, or sorry, 670. So I mean, if it gets moving again, and listen, it may not. That's why I put an alert up here at 5. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Yeah, you're talking about the strength alerts, Trey. All right, I'll pop that in. If you click on the link, it is self-explanatory. It tells you what they're all about. They're not. Yeah, they're 5. But just click on the alert and you'll see. I'm sorry, I said click on the alert. Click on the link and you'll see what the strength alerts are all about. World Wrestling, WWE. Yeah, so you can't, I mean, the question was, how can we know it's going to pop like right here? Well, we don't, right? Now the volume started picking up a little bit here, but, or the candle moved, but there was really no volume. But you can't know this is going to happen ahead of time. I'm sorry to say that. Ugly mess here. GRNQ. Ugly, ugly, ugly. Not shortable. Too bad. Not shortable for me. Should always say that at Interactive Brokers. Whoa, we have another one. Let's see. PXLW just popped into the option scanner. Now, as always, look left. What do we see? 433, then the next high looking left, it's 467. I mean, that's kind of close, guys. It just may not have enough room. I'd like to see more room. So just because it shows up in the option scanner doesn't mean, I mean, it's a nice break here, but then you just got to look left. Where could it stall? Where are the next highs? You can just see right here. It could stall there. Like to put more of the odds in our favor without having this here. Now, listen, I may be wrong and it may just blast right through that like nothing. I have no idea, Rick. I have no idea. Real can answer that. I don't have the light version, so I have no idea. So Real, the question was, with the light version, can you see do you have time in sales? You must. I can't imagine you don't. But I don't know because yeah, there you go. So Rick, yeah. Okay, well then there's your answer. Excellent, Frank. The option scanner is not a Holly function, no. Holly is just strategies, okay? Whoa, boy, this just got halted again on the way up, guys. RGC just got halted on the way up. Crazy things can still happen with this one. So my option, what I call my option scanner, it's not. I'm not looking to trade options. I'm just looking for stocks with abnormal option activity. It's just a scan that I developed myself. Okay, nothing to do with the AI or Holly, but it's a scan I'm sharing. If you click on my home page, so I put my homepage link. If you click on it, this is what you're going to see. Oops, expand this a bit. Okay, so this is what you're going to see. So here are the scans that I'm sharing. Nothing to do with the AI or Holly, okay? Nothing. You click here, here's a layout that you can have. Not exactly like this one, but it's close. Plus all the individual scans that I have created. Not all of them, but a lot of them. Some of them, excuse me, over the years. These are the 4 I use in the pre-market. Gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. As an example. So I'm sharing everything. Yeah, unless you're gung-ho about looking at the AI. I mean, the standard service is excellent. That's my top one, Frank. I mean, when I get alerts, more alerts, again, it's slow. Right now, because we're not in earnings season anymore, but when earnings season starts again in October, that if I only had one scan to look at, that'd be it. My option scanner. I mean, I can argue, I can say right now, I mean, look at Cara. I mean, I was on my break, Cara, 1313, and what is it now? 1338. Now, is it always like that? Of course not, but also I'm a momentum trader, so I like to see stocks breaking out to new highs with a pattern. Doesn't mean I just take the trade, but so I'm somebody who likes to see stocks at the highs of the day or lows of the day if I'm shorting. But that's not what everybody necessarily wants to do, so. Somebody mentioned Joby. Actually, Ija mentioned Joby in the YouTube room. In the YouTube room. Joby. Whoops. Joby. Joby. Come on. Well, it's not going to work. Come on. Joby. And so this was an IPO, I guess, earlier, or last week, I guess. Okay, so this is an EV play, for what it's worth. And now, are you bringing it to my attention because it is shortable for us? The answer is no, so it's not shortable for us. Oh, I see. Maybe it changed symbol names. Maybe it was a SPAC. This looks like this probably was a SPAC, and then this is who they merged with. Can I maybe check the news here? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so this was a SPAC up until this point, and then it changed the name. Or it became Joby. SPAC-led push on Wall Street right there. All right, guys. Well, let's see if this RGC has any more room. My goodness. Meanwhile, Woof is still moving, guys. WOOF has been a nice earnings play today after that initial pullback. Okay, you guys are talking. I haven't looked at any of those for a while. The AMCs and the, I don't care about it. Sorry. Look at Woof, guys. Woof on the... Where are you, Chloe? Look at Woof. Nice to see. Pet food supplier. Oh, I have no idea, Vicky. I don't even bother with it. As far as I know, there's probably just one. Okay. I don't know. Yeah, Kara is just struggling to get through this. I mean, that's the high looking left, right? I mean, right there, 1336. I mean, it's right there. Yeah, you know, if it can take it out in a big way, get some volume, it may have a chance to get up to that 14 level, the Kara. See, this breaks over 20 again, this RGC. The spread on this thing is crazy. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm just kind of watching this one. Well, it's finally traded the float. 2.3 million. Now it's at 2.8 million. It's finally traded the float. All right, I guess I'll just forget about it for now. I mean, it looks, I thought maybe I could take out 20 in a big way, get maybe a 2040 bid, 2060 ask, but I'm going to forget about it now. Oh yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, for 2.3 million, I mean, it's only traded 2.8 million. You're absolutely right. And for it to be up that much, that's the scary part. Now listen, I mean, it could do it. If you're gonna listen, this is not for anybody who's new. Wow, look at it go. My goodness, my goodness. Who asked the question? Sorry. Hasn't happened in a long time, Greg. Used to happen every now and then. For me, it has not happened in a long time. And I think this just got halted. Yeah, this has just got halted. My goodness. And yeah, there's the volume spike too. Well, we've had one crazy one a day, guys, in the 5 days this week. This is certainly the crazy one today, 259%. So guys, is it time for my cul-de-sac analogy? I just gotta, I don't know why people don't ask the question here. Somehow they find my email and they ask my question. They say, you keep talking about the float. What do you mean? Oh my goodness. I mean, I can't believe it's going to open there, but look at this, 35.91, 35.91. Oh, oh. Look at this, guys, 35.91, 35.91. Well, let's see if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. Will that spread? I mean, people are, anybody who's in this one, you're now it just dropped back down to 23. No news. I don't see any news on it. Oh, wait a minute. There is some news this morning at 8. No, again, there was some news at 8 o'clock. announces partial exercise of underwriters over allotment option, etc., etc. I mean, that was some news. But you know, it didn't move at all. No shorts available for me. Are you talking RGC? No shorts available. Not at Interactive Brokers. That was insane when it said 37. So what time is it? 1:29:02. So if this opens, it'll open at 1:34:02. So we have another less than a couple of minutes to go, if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. Well, other than, you know, I mean, when this initial spike happened, we're not the only room. We're not the only people trading, of course. You know, so other scanners probably pick this up. And all of a sudden, you know, because of the float, other traders get interested. It's just a trade. That's all it is. I mean, you know, that news so-called this morning, I mean, that didn't do anything until, you know, what time did it start? Around noon. Just have to understand the psychology. All of a sudden, it's like a feeding frenzy. Yeah, that I didn't. I saw that earlier. 35.91. Oh, brother, guys. Well, what can I say? It's halted again. It just got halted again. Remember I was saying how boring it was earlier today? Zach, you have me on mute, I'm sure, but you are absolutely right, my friend. This is sick. Now we're looking at a 27-27, maybe. This is not for new people, okay? It's fun to watch, and if you're in it, when it does this, fantastic. Not so great though, because it's going to fall. You know, I don't know when it's going to fall. There's no magic formula. I mean, you know, you see it up here. I mean, there was no volume, April. None, zero. The volume is just picked up. I mean, the volume was like 50,000 shares here. Even here was only about 80,000 shares total. You know, so there was no clue that anything like this was going to happen. But all of a sudden, you know, traders got a hold of this, and now they've really got a hold of it. So let's see, 134, so 134, so 139.32. So in about 3 minutes, this should open if it's going to be another 5-minute halt. Now, a lot of times, well, it's still looking interesting. 2681, 2681, I'm looking at the bid ask. This is what I'm talking about. There's the halt, 2554. Who knows, maybe that 38 that I saw was right. That'll be insane. This is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. All right, we have less than 2 minutes now for this to open if it's a 5-minute halt. All right, if this, again, is a 5-minute halt, this will be opening in less than a minute. Get your fingers on that sell button. If, you never know what's going to happen, guys, okay? You never know, so just make sure you have at least your fingers on the sell button. Well, certainly not an overnight hold. That's for sure. All right, guys, let's see. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, open. There we go. So this looks like it could get halted on the way down now. Yeah, it just got halted on the way down. So I hope everybody listen to me. If you had this one, yes, it popped to 27. And now it's halted on the way down. Okay? Whew. However, even now though, I'm seeing a 25-25 on the potential open. But anyway, you guys understand, I would never, ever, ever tell anybody to take this trade. We have to watch it because it's fun, but you're not going to hear me say, okay, take this trade. You have to do, as Real was saying, I mean, ideally, down here. Did I get it here? No. The volume was putrid. It was really, really not good at all. Yeah, so this was an IPO last month. right here, an IPO, I guess, on the 16th. So less than a month ago, or a little over a month ago. Now, if this holds, at least we've got one IPO. But look at this. I mean, imagine this, just doing nothing for a month. Nothing. And I mean, this is going up on really, I mean, this is the only news I can see. This is this morning. So the underwriter of the initial public offering exercised its option to purchase another 325,000 shares, but at the 950 share. So I mean that's it. Oh, it's true. I mean, listen, we've had one a day, this week, of which we had the very, very low floats do crazy 100, 200, 300% moves. Well, yeah, and my bad. Through all that excitement, I forgot to keep an eye on the Cara. So even though it was a very uneventful day in the option scanner, Cara 1313. What does it get up to 1354? I don't think the PXLW. Yeah, I mean, I really thought there was just too much resistance. Right about there. Cara though, I mean, it has room to 14. Okay, now this is looking a little more realistic. Looks like this is going to open 2050, 2050. Oh, I shouldn't say that. We don't know. But right now, here's the halt at 23. Well, you can't see. I'm pointing at my other monitor. So there's the halt at 23. Potential opening around here. But you had to have your finger on that sell button. Well, the first time I saw RGC was in the halt scanner. Okay, that's the first time I saw it right here. And look at the volume. I mean, there's where it was halted. That's why I'm saying it got halted on 21,000 shares. Okay, that's the first time I saw RGC at 912. There was the price, 21,000 shares. This would not have shown up on any other scanner. My halts resumes has a minimum of 20,000. That's why I showed up there. But I mean, the volume was so low. But that's where we first saw it. Here's another one that is starting to move again. It's erratic, but DATS, starting to move again. Yeah, we saw you. I know you love staff, Michael. I know you do. We saw your first post. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, relative volume is 0.05. I mean, it might do something, but hey. Yeah, I know. I can read that. I do, but nothing's happening right now. Why would I buy it now? you know, in the hopes that somebody in a trading room is saying it could go to 3. And I'm not trying to diss you or anything, but I mean, you know, what is going to make me to buy this one now? You know, with that putrid volume, and it's, you know, it's been sliding away. Boy, that DAS is a very messy trader. Yeah, but it's not. But Michael, obviously that did not get anybody enthused about it. Okay, August 16th it had earnings. Okay, so yeah, it popped up, but nobody's enthused about it anymore. I mean, listen, I hope you're right for your sake. If you're buying a lot of here, I hope you're right and it pops up to 3 for you. But right now, this is, you know, very, very uninteresting to me. It's an all-time low. So, okay, Michael, we get it. You see, what you're doing right now to me, you're just trying to pump this thing. You're in it, obviously, and you're trying to convince people to buy it because you're saying it may go to 3, funds bought at 350. Right now, I mean, it is so boring. All right, I'm sorry. I hope you're right for your sake. You know, I'll put, just for you, I'll put an alert at 223. That's the high of yesterday. Maybe it takes that out next week on some volume. But right now, I mean, there's no reason to get into it. All right, guys, so this is going to be at least a 10-minute halt now for RGC. Oh yeah, it's only a volatility halt, so it'll be a 10-minute halt at least. So if it is, it's going to open in 20 seconds. And the projected right now is 2182. Now 22. 2, 1, boom, there it is. So it just opened. And well, it's not an utter collapse yet. It appears that so, Cam, yeah, right here. Right here, last month. Looks like it IPO'd right here. On the 16th of July. Yeah, as long as you sure size yourself. I mean, you know, this was sort of basing here for a stock that is that volatile. I mean, that was a pretty decent base, I suppose. But you've got to share size yourself pretty, because you're going to have to put a pretty wide stop You know, something that's this volatile with that float. You know, how much you're going to risk on the trade. That's going to share size you. Now, there's no guarantee once it did this that it was going to do this. This is intriguing. I have to admit, it's intriguing. You know, this DATS. Who published the float information? Let me see if I can find the float information on this DATS. Published, I meant put it in the room yesterday. For whatever reason, we don't have the float information. Michael, well, I don't know. FinViz doesn't have it either, and usually that means it's the pink sheet stock, but it's not showing up in my IB as a pink sheet stock, so I don't know what to say. Maybe it was, and it got uplisted to NASDAQ here. Maybe that's what it is. See if I can see some news. Yeah, 813. And this is pricing of and NASDAQ. Has well, it's received approval to list its common stock on the NASDAQ. Okay, so I don't know. Maybe it was a pink sheet stock before. I don't know. I really don't know. Can't answer that. You can ask the same question. Why was BTBT doing what it was doing when Bitcoin? Remember, when BTBT was doing this, Bitcoin was doing that. So you can say the reverse is true. I don't know. I mean, it's very low float. It's probably one of the lowest crypto plays in terms of a float there is. Yeah, but it's definitely NASDAQ stock. I mean, it says it's a NASDAQ stock, so DATS. But you're right, FinViz usually, they probably just, for whatever reason, it's not in their database yet. Take a look at YMM. Real is calling whoa, okay, it's dropped too much for me right now. Nice though, great. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, back. All right, GMVD. What is that one? GMVD. GMVD. Okay, some volume coming in. Yeah, do see some volume coming in. I didn't really see this one in the pre-market. Maybe didn't have enough volume or something. I don't know. But did you get the 360? Another low float. Sorry, guys. I'm concentrating on something. And you can probably guess what it is. No. All right. Out traded now. Well, I'm trying to, I should put myself on mute just in case I blurt something out. All right, guys, I'm back. I don't know. Keep an eye on Sabre here. Red bar ignored for Sabre. SABR. Sabre. Keep an eye on that one. Has some room to 10, maybe. Take a look at that scan from Real. All right, DATS is again teasing us here, I think. DATS is teasing us. I know Zach likes it. All right, guys. Well, the DATS is on the move here. Will it hold? I mean, that's the $1,000,000 question. DATS just needs a big volume push. Yeah, the high of the day is 534. So, and the high I think on the pre-market it got above that. I think, or after hours. After hours it got up to got up to 560 after hours. So, yesterday, 534 this morning, 538 this morning or so. So. Just a moment, please. All right, guys. Well, listen, the test drive is, this is the last day of the test drive. So for those of you who are on the test drive, here are a couple of things, okay? Nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from it. You don't have to worry. We don't put you into a subscription. Obviously, if you want to take out a subscription, I've been posting a promo code. I'm going to pop it back in here again that you can use to get 25% off. Okay, but please listen, there's nothing for you to do if you don't have to. We're not putting you into a subscription. Don't ask our people, don't ask our support people, how do I, do I have to unsubscribe? When it's over, it's over. Okay? There it is, Fast Johnny, 25%. I just posted it in the YouTube room, okay? Test drive 25, all in capital letters. Now, the other thing, though, very important, if you are part of the test drive, save all your work. Anything you've done over the last 2 weeks, if you've done anything, you know, if you've created some layouts, if you've created some scans, if you've loaded my scans, if you've taken scans out of the channel bar, save everything to the cloud. It's so easy to do. Right click, okay, save or share to cloud, save, okay? Why? Because if you do take out a subscription at any point in the future, you know, on Monday, next week, next month, next year, whenever, as long as you use the same email address that you use for the test drive, everything will be available for you, okay? You just have to use the same email address. Okay, and then one last look at my home page again, one last time. Be shutting the room down pretty soon. So, I know I say it all the time, save my link. There's my link right there. You click on it, save it. Why? Lots of information here. Obviously, including how you can take out a subscription. But more importantly, you get the trade of the week. So this trade of the week, stock of the day, and the scan and the education section. These are all free sections. So you get the trade of the week. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I've already done a stock of the day video. The education link. Hey, 20 introductory lessons, support sessions in YouTube. Webinars will start next week, Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time. More educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch. I'm running through these really quickly. The reason being is that all you have to do is save my link. You can look at all this when you want. Then look at this 36-part video series. You know, introduction to trading, really. Back to basics. And some trading ebooks. And then my scan section. So these two sections here, education and scans, a lot of information. So save my link. Then you can look at it anytime you want. A sample layout that I've got and all sorts of individual scans that you might want to have a look at. And again, this room is like this. This is not, this is not special for the test drive, the 2 weeks. This is the way the room is all the time, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Bjorn. It sounds like a Scandinavian friend. Norway, all right, well, you probably know Anderson is Icelandic, or I guess it could have been Danish. Yeah, one of the highlights of my life. A couple of years ago, going to Iceland for the first time. So, no, Andy, what happens in the YouTube room? We've got five traders. Okay, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We've got 5 days, 5 different traders. So, Monday is Sean. Tuesday is Michael Noss. Wednesday is Steve. Andy's on Friday and Jamie's on Thursday. No excuse for you, Bjorn. I'm in Vancouver. Actually, it's not a bad flight. It's only 7 hours. I'm in the room. I'm in this room all the time. Yes, Frank. Yes, I take a break at noon from 12 to 12:45. That's why somebody else takes over in the YouTube room. But when I do take my break. Yeah, some DATS volume coming in. Come on, sustain it though. Sustain it. So SNTG got halted. Oh boy, I wonder what this one is going to do. Anticipated open around 5. Well, what I really meant to say is sustain the price. I mean, you want more. You want to, keep that volume coming. I mean, there's a 2-minute volume push. Let's keep getting it. Well, what's telling me? I mean, look at a 2-minute chart. So there's the volume, but look right now. Now you want to see a bunch of them, several in a row. Yeah, this was an IPO last month, I guess, right? Right here, I guess on the 9th, SNTG. So yeah, I mean, look at the pattern. My goodness, look at the pattern, guys. And look at RGC. What do you think? You see how familiar this is? Look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this, boom. So maybe, just maybe, SNTG, even though there's no news, maybe traders will look at this and go, okay, we did this with one IPO, RGC. Let's do it with another one. 5 million in the float. Let's see how it opens. Where are you, Becca? You must. All right. I can't help it, guys. I can't help it. By popular request. There she is. There's Chloe. Oh, shoot. You know what? That was, that's okay. That was moving around my, but you know what? With the docking, this is great. All I have to do is do this, show all. Vicky, I'd like to think you're not as miserable as you sounded there, but it sounded so darn miserable there. Let me just get my, just got to find you guys now. There you are. Okay, let's see. So SNTG did open. It did open. Didn't fly or anything, not yet anyway. Again, another low float. All right, I would think it looks like RGC is over. I think it looks like it is over. You too, Thomas, Sir Thomas. All right, stick an alert around 518 for this one, just in case. It is shortable. Well, for me, it's shortable. SNTG, it is shortable at Interactive Brokers. But as Zach said, I mean, well, I don't know. It may not. A bit of a sympathy play with the RGC. Just doesn't look like it's. If this were earlier in the day, maybe. But we'll see. You just got to wait. I mean, if it takes a 5 with any authority, when I say authority, with some volume, doesn't look like it though. Just doesn't look like it's going to have that same thrust. SNTG. It's tough to short this one though. Also, I mean, I just looked at it. 471, 491. You know, now it's 485, 490. You know, so the spread is all over the place. And you know, you got to be really careful in something like this, shorting it, because it could just do the crazy. Tank, you're in here. I haven't seen you for a while. Well, guys, we've maybe got a tiger by the tail here. Wow. Just one moment, please. Excellent trade, Real. The YMM, obviously. Just excellent. I mean, look at this. I mean, so real call. I don't. Well, I think how he always phrases it. If the top is in, then he starts putting fib levels. Okay, and this just kept moving down, 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 down. So excellent, excellent, excellent trade. Ah, I'm sorry to hear that, Tank. I sort of remember when you said you took a job. Yeah, sorry to hear that. I mean, great to have you back in the room, but I'm sure you do want something. You know what? RGC may not be over. It may not be over. I really want to keep an eye on this one in case it just, pops right through that 5 level, SNTG. No, I remember. I do remember. The first time I saw it, the spread was bad, as I recall. And then, well, other stuff happened. Again, that 50-cent level, well, Zach was talking about that for the DATS earlier. The 50-cent level can be a little bit of a struggle for the stocks under $10, but maybe not. Let's just see. Yeah, we're starting to get some volume, guys. I'm looking at the 15-minute. Yeah, we're starting to get some volume with DATS. Oh man, we're getting some good volume coming in. I just do this for a little bit of fun, guys, okay? I keep putting these price alerts on. I keep trying to induce it higher and higher. Now that, I think, let me just double check. Okay, the high, yeah, see where it got to? It got to the high of the after hours high, okay? 558. That's it. That's where it got to. I think 559. So that's the after hours high. After hours being yesterday, takes that out. You know, I mean, so it. You know, we don't include anything outside of normal market hours in the lifetime ranges and 2-year ranges, but I mean, it did get there, so it's almost there again. So it'll be an all-time high. Whew, 2:30, half an hour left, guys. Okay, guys, it's a pretty big pullback now for DATS. So if you took that trade, you know, you have to manage the trade as you see fit. All right, guys, I'm going to just put the announcement in here. Closing the room, 3 o'clock. Yeah, and don't do it with your live account. If you're going to do it, practice in the simulator. Okay, practice in the simulator. Yeah, and you just enable the strategies, and now you're in auto trade mode. Don't do it with your live account, okay? Certainly don't do it with your live account until you've practiced and seen how it works in the simulator, okay? And I know you've heard me say probably, well, not a million times, but many, many, many times. I don't agree with auto trading, but can't prevent people from doing it. But if you're going to try it in the simulator and just see how it would work. Just a minute, please. But the other thing to do is, please, if you haven't watched the video already, make sure you watch the video, because you have to understand. Do you understand about the limit offset and all? Because one of the questions we get a lot is, well, I turned them all on, but it's not taking all the trades. And that's because your limit offset is maybe too tight. If you don't understand, so you have to watch the video, and it explains about limit offsets and how you can adjust them, the different strategies. That is my recommendation. I mean, look, we don't, again, you've heard me say this probably. Maybe you haven't heard me say this. I would never take a trade without looking at a chart. I would never auto trade, okay? So I would always want to take a look at the chart to see, size it up, it looks good, okay, I can take the trade. People should not get so hung up, and I'm not saying you, okay, but I'm just saying people shouldn't get so hung up on, well, I got the trade, or the alert happened at 26:41, and I spent half a second looking at a chart, and now it's 26:47. Therefore, I'm too late. Okay, of course not. At least you shouldn't think that way. These are not designed, to make 5 cents, 10 cents. Yeah. Brokerage Plus works after hours, works before the market. It's just like any other brokerage platform, though. If you want to, you have to go in with a limit order, not market order. I agree, Ija, but it's been like that for years now, so I'm not going to hold my breath. Yeah, it's not. It's just not. I mean, you're up against the HFTs. Plus, you're having to deal with slippage, spread. I mean, it's impossible. It's not designed for that. Do I trade pre-market? Yes. I mean, I don't. I'm not a huge pre-market trader, but I do trade. Yes. Yes, real, absolutely. Have a great weekend. Thanks for all the help. I know that your plan was maybe not to be here for 2 weeks, but thanks so much for showing up. Yeah, my pre-market trading typically would be something like this. Looking at a little bio that pops on maybe phase one. Okay, just a second, guys. I don't know what's happening. Just a minute. And the menagerie in the background. Okay, so yeah, my typical plan in the pre-market would be something like this. If I see a pop and a small bio that has released some data, it's phase one or phase two, and it has a sort of what I'll call an unreasonable pop, then I'm looking to short it. Because typically those things just fizzle. Unless it's phase three. No, there's no guarantee. Absolutely no guarantee. But that is kind of what I do in the pre-market when I have a chance. I'm doing a lot of work in the pre-market. I'm trying to figure out, getting that pre-market list together. So it's not like I can completely and utterly concentrate on any one stock. But if I do happen to see it when I get up, I say, okay, there's a pop on phase one or phase two news. Probably won't last. typically, I don't often go long in the pre-market on something. It's usually just it's a short of a little buyout. Wow, that was an excellent alert. I got it. That was a great alert. Considering we only had 2 out of the option scanner, so at 1313 on a day like today to get up to what, all the way up to 1380, that's pretty darn good. So guys, are there any last 20-minute questions? It's 12 to 1 Eastern time. It's just that one of the other traders takes over. Monday to Friday, we've got five different guys, 5 days. So we have a different guy, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. They take over from me. Not in this room. Not when I say this room, not in this room. Yeah, I think we're going to be doing them a little more frequently, Gary. So we could have another one in October. So SNTG was just a total bust. Did not take out, but that's, put an alert, set an alert. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. So I had my alert set at 5, right up here. Didn't happen, so you just pass it. Yeah, so I don't listen to any of that stuff. Somebody asked me about AQST. Has all buy ratings with huge projections. I mean, listen, they may come true, but let's just take a look at it, okay? AQST. Yeah, I mean, it's not doing anything. I don't know what to say. I mean, I do know what to say. It's not interesting to me at these levels at all. I mean, it's just drifting down. Look at the monthly chart. So with all those so-called buy ratings and huge projections, it's not helping it. There's no interest in this at all. 82,000 shares. Now, I know, maybe later on it picks up, but there's just no interest in it now. So sorry. I mean, if you're in this one, I don't mean to rain on your parade or anything, but I just have no interest. It's just. I mean, I don't read. I mean, I see the target. I suppose if you dove into it, they might give you some rationale behind it, but just opinions. That's all it is, April. But again, if you really dove into it, they might say, well, this is why we project an $80 price target when the stock's at 20, because this we think is going to happen. I mean, it's just of interest, that's all. We've seen, that's what when I'm doing my pre-market work and then, at 9:10, at 9:10 every day, I get my, from briefing.com, I get the upgrades and downgrades. And so I mean, listen, if Goldman puts an upgrade on something, I mean, people will look at it. I'm not, no guarantee it's ever going to get there. But if you're intraday trading or trading for a couple of days, you never know. So, but you'd have to ask them. The cynics will say they're just trying to, pop the price so they can get their clients out. They put a downgrade on something. They're trying to get a cheaper price. I mean, for me, it's a little bit of it's entertainment to a certain extent. Where am I hearing muds? Oust. Let's take a look at Oust. I saw Oust. As we're talking about Oust a while back. Okay, I see. Yeah. Wow. Nice 5-minute move. Your chores. What are you, 10 years old, Pitbull? Have a great weekend. You Grow. I've seen you guys put that in the room. You Grow. I haven't looked at it at all. Urban Grow. Ah, nice. Very nice. It has a familiar looking pattern, doesn't it? Big consolidation. Big pop. Consolidation. Hey, who knows? Maybe next week. So this could, I mean, what's the high here? High here is 10, 1050, 1075. Yeah, so I mean, this maybe, just maybe, could have some bit of action next week. Was there some news today? Don't see any specific news, but okay, that's what I thought. Okay, so it's I have a tough time with these cannabis plays, guys. Now, this was crazy. I remember this one. This was absolutely insane. Let's take a look at MJ, all right? Well, okay, I'll give MJ, maybe mild kudos here. I didn't realize it even had this sort of a month, so it's trying to break out a little bit. It did come off the bottoms here. Is there a limit? Probably no limit. I've never thought about it. You know, I mean, I don't know how many you want, but there's probably no limit. There's a limit in the number in a top list. You can have 1,000, but we don't recommend that. The more you have, more top lists you have open. If you had them all at 1,000, your system would just grind to a halt. But in a symbol list, probably not. How many are you thinking? You know, some people like the S&P 500. Could you put 500 in? Absolutely. Have a great weekend too, April. Oh yeah, no, there's no issue there. No issue with the low hundreds. Okay, let's take a look at NIO. I didn't look at any of the China EVs today, as China was, some of the China plays were. Yeah, I don't believe that. Okay, I think that's probably some kind of a misprint or something. I may be wrong. It is showing up on another. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. Anything is possible, but it's hard to believe. Yeah, I know. I am. 15 or 5 or 2. All right, guys. Well, listen, if you don't mind, I might just pack it in. It's been a long 2 weeks. Fun, but listen, but I'll stick around if there are questions. I will stick around. And don't I don't feel you don't want to ask a question because I want to leave. I'd love to stick around if you have some questions. It's just if we're all kind of winding up, then I'll just I will head out. Let me get my script together. And of course, one last plug for the test drive and the link, etc., on my homepage link. Jack F., thank you. Well, you guys make the room, believe me. The civility makes the job so much easier. There's no babysitting involved. You too, Zach. Thanks a lot for all your help, of course. GMVT. For a long swing, let's take a look. For a long, like right now. Yeah, I don't see any news on it, so I don't know what's going to sustain it. I mean, look, this is a classic little bio. I think I did see this one in the pre-market. You know, and these are the type I love to short if I see it in time. You know, I don't know what the news was, but I mean, it just couldn't sustain it. But I mean, it's trying to recover a little bit. I mean, I certainly can't give you any advice to say, yes, take this now and hold it. I can't give you any advice. Well, no, I'm talking, somebody asked me, do I trade in the pre-market? And this is the sort of stuff that I look for. I know it's maybe not technically a bio, but it's, you know, it's in the sector. You get these things, they just pop up. And really, I don't even see any news on it. I see no news on it for this reason. At least some of the other bios, they release a phase 1 or phase 2 data. I don't see anything on this. You know, in fact, you know, here it is. You know, shares rebound over 3, shares now up. Not seeing news to justify move higher. So there isn't any news on it. Again, that doesn't mean a stock can't keep moving. When traders get a hold of it, of course. Yeah, it's a free room, Fender. You don't even need anything. It's a free room. Believe it or not. Who says there's no such thing as a free lunch? But seriously, the room is free. I mean, obviously, you use it as a marketing tool. You have to put up with me every now and then talking about subscriptions and all, but other than that, it is a free room. All right, everybody. I think that is it. I'm just checking both YouTube and I'm checking this room here. I don't see any other questions. All right. Well, thank you for all attending. Again, if you took the test drive, I hope you found it beneficial. You can always, it costs you a little bit more, but you can have another month. 118 less than 25% to get a better feel. And then you can make up your mind if you want to maintain the subscription. Whoops, you're in the wrong, just give me a moment. All right, okay, I do not see any other questions, so I think I will shut down. So again, have a great weekend, everybody, and we will see you Monday morning at 9 o'clock Eastern Time, 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Bye-bye.